Good evening, everyone. So on Monday, we were discussing issues related to women, issues related to role of women, and how the role of women has been changing. And I had requested everyone to write the weekly test. Has anyone written the weekly test yesterday? Okay, great. So do let me know if you face any problems with respect to the weekly test. So what we were discussing the inequality that women face in each and every walk of their life, ranging from inequality in education, healthcare, inequality related to birth, in the matters of death, etc. Apart from that, we have a few more issues here. Now, I'm sure these are the kind of issues that you have already discussed in various other chapters or you have seen in the newspaper. Let's take them up briefly. And post this, what we'll do is we will try to take up a few questions from the previous year and also a couple of practice questions. So let's start with objectification of women. As already discussed, when we think of objectification of women or objectification of anyone, it is equivalent to treating them like an object. Now, an object would not have any feelings. An object is something that can be traded, and uh, treating women like an object has been something that prevailing for years in our society. So when you think of objectification of women, think of how their opinion would not count, how their opinion would not matter, even when it comes to their personal choices. The person she wants to marry, higher education that she wants to take up, and it is not just limited to this. You can think of how our media, our social media portrays women. Think of the item numbers that you have in your Indian cinema. Think of the way uh, we uh, we uh, we think of women as something that is limited to desires of a man. That is what objectification of women is. Now, from this objectification of women, you find that various issues come up. This is at the heart of it. If you think of not letting them study according to their will, not letting them marry according to their will, these are all a problem related to objectification of women. Now, think of honor killing in this regard. Now, honor killing basically is killing generally the girl and even the boy as well for the matter of honor. Now, think of any intercaste or interreligious marriage. Now, the family, and it is again the basic problem is based in objectification. The family thinks that if the girl marries against their will, if the girl marries according to her own will, she has tainted the honor of the family and the community at large. And as a matter of revenge, as a revenge, they end up killing the girl. And now this is something you might feel that is not very common, because if you look at the government data, the numbers are not huge. Even though there has been a rise in the numbers, but the numbers are not huge. And we think of it primarily limited to rural areas, if at all it is there. But various reports by various organizations, like there is an organization called Evidence, various reports by them give us a clear picture that this is something that has been happening and is happening today as well. Because we say that with the rising levels of awareness, with better indicators of development, issues such as these should stop. But we see a rise in these kind of cases. And another issue is when we look at our Indian Penal Code, we do not have specific category for honor killing. So you'll find that most of these get reported under either murder, homicide, etc. So one is that we need a specific category for honor killing, and you would have seen it in news. Recently, Rajasthan came up with a bill, but it is pending for governor's assent, and let's see what happens in the future. So one thing is clear, that we need a separate law for honor killing. And again, as one of you suggested, if you remember your caste councils or caste panchayats, from our first chapter that was based on caste system. Now these caste panchayats are the one who are generally responsible for these killings. They'll hold a meeting which is out of the legal setup. They'll hold a meeting and they'll say that the girl and the boy have to be reprimanded, and we have to restore the honor of our community. And these caste panchayats are the ones which are generally responsible for this honor killing. Now, again, basic assumption here is that women is like an object. Women is something who should be limited to the will of their family members, of her family members. And this is why, that is the basic reason why you see problems like honor killing surfacing. Then you think of marital rape. Now again, the hearings are going on, and we'll see that whether it gets a legal status or not. But rape is basically is a sexual activity or a sexual act that is done against the will of the women or against the will of the girl. But if we look at our IPC 375, we find that marital rape has been mentioned there as an exception. So basic premises is that once a girl is married, she is completely, or she has to completely give in to the sexual desires and the demands of her husband. This is what the basic premise is. And do you think it is justified to limit or to think of a woman or a married woman on that, of just as a matter of, say, fulfilling sexual desires of her husband? And this is something you would feel that no, it is not, because she has her own free will. She has the right to say no. How does that matter whether she is married or not? And if you remember Karnataka judgment, Karnataka High Court judgment, the judge said the act of rape is rape. It does not matter whether the girl is married or not. So the girl's freedom should not be limited till she gets married, because the age-old tradition of not just in India but everywhere is that once the girl is married, she becomes, in quotes, property of the husband. That she has to move, she has to say yes, or she has to behave in the manner in which the husband desires, and which is bizarre. But yes, some of you might say that this can become a problem, because how do you prove? Because if there is, say, anything happening at home within the household, anything related, anything that the woman or the girl doesn't want, so she can take or misuse this kind of provision. But that is there with any other provision for that matter. So we should not limit our understanding of rape to that of someone who is not married. It should, for that matter, very well encompass marital rape or spousal rape within its ambit. Marital rape in Manipur, I don't think there is any example as such in the news. Yes, at times Khap panchayats do take good decisions, but the ultimate idea is they do not have the legal backing, or they do not have the legal sanction to pass judgments. So what are our courts for then? Because ultimately it should come through a proper process of judiciary. Now then, we were saying, if you remember, that now harassment of women is not just limited to her household, to the domestic sphere, to the public sphere, or to her workplace. Now, with the penetration of technology in our daily lives, we find women vulnerable even when she's staying alone at home. And if you remember, during COVID, first and second phase, if you remember, there was a rise in cyber crimes. Now, it was very simple. The idea was simple, that everyone is using gadgets for their educational purposes, for transferring money, for ordering food, etc. And even there was a rise, there was an uptick when it comes to entertainment purposes. So people were locked inside their homes, and it was ultimately their cell phones, it was their laptops which they took to. And we find women particularly vulnerable to any kind of cyber crimes. Now, this cyber crime can range from extortion, pornography, etc. It can have any names that you read there in your internal security subject. But the idea is, women are more vulnerable to cyber crime. And can anyone suggest that why can we say that women are more vulnerable to cyber crime? Yes, the literacy rates, the levels of awareness in women. And we have seen, when we are talking about the gender inequality, when we are looking at education, when we were looking at various other indicators of inequality or gender inequality, we found that it is generally women who are lagging behind. So with their low levels of literacy and awareness, they are more vulnerable to any kind of cyber crime. Then you think of surrogacy. And I believe this is also something that you would have read in your ethics paper. That surrogacy is something wherein a married couple, can basically get, if they are, say, not able to conceive a child, they can take help, or they can get a surrogate mother who can bear the child for them, in case they are not able to bear a child. In case there is other reason that they have been married. And if you go through the surrogacy regulation bill, you'll find that there are various provisions there, that surrogacy cannot be carried out for commercial purposes. It should not be so that a married couple basically rents, in quotes, rents a womb. It should not happen. It should be done for altruistic purposes. That means ultimately no element of money or any kind of other benefit should be there. Now, yes, the family or the couple has to provide for medical insurance, for all the medical expenses, anything related to nutrition, etc. But again, the thing is, in India, you see that it is very recent that surrogacy has been regulated. Otherwise, it was unregulated, and you would have found many cases in the newspaper where the children or the child that the surrogate mother was bearing was not, say, physically sound or mentally sound, and the couple abandoning the child and the mother. Similarly, surrogacy as a matter of, say, commercial activity has been taken up and is still being taken up, even though we have the regulation, but it is still going on. And this is something you might find in your urban areas, because urban areas have better facilities for healthcare, better facilities for any kind of artificial reproduction technique. And that is why you find it more prevalent in urban areas. And this leaves the surrogate mother vulnerable. Then think of the rising number of single women households. It can be in the form of, the women can be a divorcee, might have got separated from her husband. The husband might have passed away. She might be a widow. So because now when the woman is living alone, she's more vulnerable. There is no one, absolutely no one to take care of. How about the security needs? How about the emotional needs? How about economic security? Because to say, just think of a woman of a single mother for that matter. And I know people, or I know women who are single mothers, and apart from all the other things, they face a lot of practical issues. They're not, because ultimately you need someone. If you are with a child, you need someone to be there with the children full time. And traditionally, the role was taken up by women. Now, if the mother has to go and work to take care of the economic security, how would she be able to take care of the child? Then similarly, you'll find that your widows, separated women, are more vulnerable to any kind of sexual violence, because that is how the mindset goes. Generally, people think that she doesn't have anyone to take care of, or she has no one, absolutely no one, who will stand up for her. And that's how they become, say, the victims of any kind of physical and sexual violence in the society. So these are a few other issues related to women. Yes, you can quote from a movie as well. Now, these are few other issues apart from the various levels of gender inequality that we see prevailing in our society. These are few other issues, and as and when any new issue comes up, you should keep mentioning in your notes. Also, once there is a judgment on marital rape, say there is something new that comes up about honor killing, say the government finally decides to come up with a law against honor killing. So these are the things that should find a mention in your notes. Now, we have seen a lot of problems, and what we were doing was that whenever we see a problem, whenever we identify a problem, we are looking into various forms of government intervention and what can be the suggestions. Also, I had mentioned that you do not have to limit your understanding or limit your suggestions to that of policy. You always have to think about the role of civil society as well, that what kind of role civil society can play to make these things better, to take care of these challenges. And in this regard, when it comes to policy level changes, there is something called gender budgeting. And I hope this is something that you have already read in economics. I've just left a little write-up here so that you remember, when you mention any kind of suggestions from the government, you can think of policy level changes as well. Need not worry about this, you just read about this. Also, what we'll do is, we'll think in terms of how we can address the issue of gender parity in our policy making. But this is something we will take up in our last chapter. This is something we will take up in our last chapter when we discuss various issues related to design and implementation of the schemes. Okay, so there's a question that Sneha is not able to find any solutions of most of these issues apart from education, skill development, and maybe political changes. Now, think about this. Whenever we think of any kind of suggestions, we have to think in all levels. Now, and I'm just highlighting one part, that one of the ways to get rid of these problems is to empower women. Women empowerment. Women empowerment can be the way out, because the idea is, when we think of women empowerment, we think of all the dimensions of their life. And again, when it comes to women empowerment or any form of empowerment, it starts from within. The basic level is that of individual, that the individual has to become an agent of their own betterment, of their own development. Because generally, when we look at developmental strategies of the government, it is always top down. Ultimately, we think of what government can do, whether government can provide subsidies, whether government can provide reservation. But when we think of empowerment, it is always bottom up, that it has to start from within. First, the person has to realize that they are disadvantaged, there is discrimination going on against them. And then accordingly, and then with support of, say, outside agents, with support from government, with support from civil society, they should become the agents of their own development, of their own empowerment. And that is what the idea of empowerment is. And this is why, yes, so if you think of empowerment, yes, you can think of bettering the literacy levels. You can think of providing them skills so that they can find a gainful employment. But again, you remember, that is not the only solution. Because it should not be just women who have to change their mindsets. It is society as whole, because again, you think about these things. When I say that the policy level changes need not necessarily be followed by social changes, and you see a lot of exceptions, that we have policies in place, we have, say, legal punishments, etc., in place, but still things go on happening. Why? Because the society at large has not accepted. And ultimately, when we think of social issues, rather than thinking more in terms of what policy level changes we can bring about, it is always better to think in bottom up manner, to think in ways, or think how we as parts of this society, as part of this society, can bring about those changes. And that is generally, this is the direction in which the questions are asked. And do not worry about it, we'll look at a couple of questions related to women and how we can, or how we can address those issues, and that will give you a fair idea how to approach other matters as well. So let's look at this question. Now, this question has already been discussed with your previous chapter, that is the positive and negative effects of globalization on women in India. But now you would have a better approach to this question. Why? Because you can now think of various aspects of a woman's life. You can think of her household sphere, you can think of the public sphere, then you can also think of work or economic and political sphere as well. So now I think you'll have a more comprehensive approach to this question. Even though the answer that you had provided previously, the way we had discussed it previously, was pretty much it. But let's see, when you try to write this answer now, how can you be more specific about the problems related to women? Now look at this question. Now this, I believe this will give your answer, Sneha. So empowering women is the key to control population growth. Now this is a question that we are going to take up again in the next chapter, that is on population. But let's look at this question once. And you please try to answer this question today, so that before we take up the next question, or before we take up this question after our discussion on population, you should, that should not alter your natural flow of things. And please do not shy away from writing the same answer again, same question again. Because generally what we do is we write one question, we get the comments, and we think that yes, now we are good to go. Now if we write that answer again, it will be good. But again, I'm repeating this again. What we can do is that at least a couple of questions in a week should be repeated. If you have written a question and you are not satisfied, you do not get a satisfactory evaluation, and you feel that there is a lot that can be changed about this question, so try writing it again and see whether there has been an improvement or not, because that will be the perfect indicator of whether you have absorbed those comments or not. Because reading the comments on your evaluated answer sheet is one thing, absorbing, understanding those comments is another thing, and then putting them in practice is something altogether different. So please try rewriting a few answers every week. Okay. Yes, so you'll definitely find an overlap of questions, of practice questions, and your questions in the weekly test. The idea is they have been asked in a different manner. Even though we see that UPSC does not repeat questions, but they do ask questions based on the same theme in different years. So they have done that with secularism. And also the idea is, for example, we are talking about one aspect of population control. Right now we are thinking in terms of how empowerment of women can control population, but there can be other factors as well. And then another question can be raised here, whether empowering women is going to be the answer to control population growth in India. So yes, if you look at the questions, the idea is slightly different, and you'll see that and you'll feel that more and more as we move towards social justice. Okay, so let's look at this question once. Empowering women is the key to control population growth. So the first idea is how women empowerment can lead to control in population growth. This is one idea that we have to think about. Another idea is is it necessary that women empowerment will lead to control in population growth? So the other idea is right opposite to the idea that we have written, that we find in the statement. How empowerment would not lead to control in population growth. And then the third idea is that what can be then the other factors? What can be the other factors which can control population growth? Right. So with this statement, we can understand three dimensions. One is for the statement, other one is against the statement, and the third idea is, if not women empowerment, then what other factors? So one idea is keeping, if you want to maintain the flow, we can use these ideas, because this idea is one limited to body. This is your body part. That is very clear, because this is what they have asked you to discuss. Right. Then you have other two ideas which can be used in introduction and conclusion, that will come to. But before that, let's look at what ideas that do you have regarding this. So yes, one introduction can be based in facts. Great. Yes, so we can compare. Facts can be used in the sense that we can compare the literacy rate in women in urban and rural areas, then compare the fertility rate. That's one idea. Great. Let's stick to the introduction first. We'll come to the body part. What can be the various factors? Let's stick to the introduction first. What can be the various forms of introduction? So one idea is using facts. Another idea is we can use the third part here, that there are multiple factors which can help us in controlling population, and then we move to the body part, which is here. And then as your conclusion, you can suggest something, one idea. Another idea is you can use this part, that how women empowerment might not lead to control in population growth. So this is one idea that I'm giving, and let's see what other introductions can you suggest. So Rashmi, you're saying that we can talk about how empowerment would lead to population growth, or how empowerment would give more power to the women. That should be limited to your body part. And Shamil, your answer of why at all should we control population, right? This will be answered in the next chapter. Do not worry about it. We are going to get into that discussion and debate. Okay. So what kind of trends are you suggesting? What kind of trends can we write here? Okay, so we have primarily two ideas for introduction here. One idea is introduce your answer with facts, wherein you can substantiate this statement, that how, looking at these facts, looking at these numbers, you can say that women empowerment, of which increasing the literacy rate or bettering the literacy rate in women is one part, can lead to control in population growth. So one is that. Another thing is, you can use these facts that we have used in introduction there in the body part as well. You can use these facts in the body part, wherein you talk about various facets of empowerment, and we'll come to the body part. Do not worry, we'll come to the body part. So you can talk about various facets of empowerment and how it can ultimately lead to control in population growth. And there you can substantiate your answer, or substantiate those statements with these facts. And you can start your answer with the various factors that can control population growth. So yes, Nikki is suggesting, and this is an idea that ultimately, when it comes to population growth, it is not just the female members of the family or female members of the society who are a part of it. It has the process of population growth has equal contribution from both the members of the family, from male members of the family as well. So can we use that? Yes, that can come towards your conclusion, in your conclusion. Okay, let's come to the body part. So our structure of the answer is, okay, Shaimil was saying that he or she wanted that why population growth should be controlled. Why population growth should be controlled as an introduction. Yes, that can be one way of introducing your answer. That can be one way of introducing your answer. Okay, so in introduction, we can use, say, multiple factors which can ultimately help us control population growth. In your body, we will specifically talk about how women empowerment can help in controlling population growth. And in suggestion, we can think of how women empowerment might not lead to a control in population growth. No, you do not have to quote examples for you need not have facts for every statement that you make, because you cannot go on substantiating everything. How would you remember those many facts? How would you remember those many facts, right? That is not humanly possible. So yes, wherever we have facts, we have any report to quote to, we have any sample survey data, we can use it to substantiate our answers. But otherwise, you do not have to substantiate everything that you write. Okay, coming to the body part, that is how women empowerment can help us in controlling population growth. Now, suggest points for this. What can be the various points? When you think of women empowerment, what are all the dimensions of women empowerment and how it can control population growth? Because how of this question is important. We cannot simply write various points. We cannot simply write various points without explaining the how of it. Okay, so with women empowerment will come awareness. Awareness about what all? Awareness about her rights. Awareness about she can say yes, she can say no. Awareness about various contraceptive methods. With awareness and education, then what can be the other things? Yes, awareness about the rights, using contraceptives. They'll have idea about the financial burden that the child might bring, because ultimately they have limited resources within the family and they have to use it for everyone, and they might not have. Yes, so awareness about family planning, great. Now this is one aspect, that is awareness. What can be the other aspect? Because when we talk about women empowerment, it is going to have multiple dimensions. It'll have political dimension, social dimension, economic dimension, right? Psychological dimension. It'll have various dimensions. So we have till now restricted our answer to just one aspect, that is awareness and education. Yes, so absolutely, yes. So if you think of political or policy level changes, if there are more women as representatives there, they'll better understand the issues of other women and they might help formulate policies like that. Great. They will come up with various schemes for education, etc. Yes, so if you have economic stability or financially, if the girl is independent or if the woman is independent, she would, it'll reflect in her life. It will reflect in all the other aspects of her life. She would have more confidence saying no. Her opinion would matter. Yes, so now let's come to the most important part, that is working on a psychological level, the patriarchal nature of our society, because ultimately we'll find that if the girl is going out for work, the husband might get jealous that how is it that she's earning more than me, and because of out of that sheer jealousness, it might lead to violence. It might lead to, say, infringement of other rights of the women as well. So one idea is that the primary idea should be there has to be a change in mindset, which can be brought about with awareness, with rising levels of education. Okay, yes. So if we empower the women economically, that will reflect in her social life as well, and ultimately she will be in better charge of decisions. And you'll find that they can ultimately, with all the education, awareness, with the empowerment, they can lead various social movements. And can anyone suggest any of the recent movements by women that is directly in relation to women empowerment? Any movement led by women? So one is Me Too, that was simple. Any other movement? About women empowerment. Yes, so there'll be political. Another idea someone has suggested is that if you have more women in administration, they'll be able to, because there's a lot of public interface. If you want any service from the government, there's a lot of public interface between your administrators and the general public. So if it is a woman who's sitting there, it is a woman who's sitting there, it'll be easier for another woman to connect. Okay, yes, you are thinking in right direction, most of you. Great. Yes, you can definitely write simpler answers, because ultimately, yes, there shouldn't be much use of informal words, but yes, you can simply write these answers in basic language. And that's why I was saying that please do go through various topper copies, not just from one person but multiple toppers. That will give you a fair idea that how you can go about writing answers. You'll find a lot of different ways of writing answers. They'll actually expand your horizon. Otherwise we restrict our understanding of answer writing to only a few things. Okay, great. So you can quote from various self-help groups, etc. And there have been multiple self-help groups which have been in news for the past 2 years. And a question has also been asked on self-help groups, which we are going to take up with our civil society. Great. So yes, your wrestlers who came up, or who came out against the sexual violence that was committed. Great. Okay, so what we have to do with this question is, now the exact points, what are all these points, will be mentioned there in our next PPT. Need not worry about it. But think about this question, that empowering women is the key to control population growth. So when you look at a question, you try to dissect it into various dimensions. So the one simple idea is that yes, whatever the statement is saying is correct. Another idea is it might be wrong as well. But what if it is wrong? If it is wrong, there can be other factors which can control population growth. So we can write this answer within the limits of the question. We can easily write the answer, maintain the flow within the limits of the question. Rather than writing about what is women empowerment, rather than writing about why at all control population growth, it is better to stick to the subject matter of the question. And what is better than the question itself giving us the entire structure? Question has given us all the dimensions which we can smartly use in our answer. So I hope this question is clear. So impact of women empowerment on population growth. Now look at the other question. Look at this question. The trajectory of violence against women commences before birth and endures throughout their lifespans. discuss. Now, we've had talked about various levels of violence committed against women during their lifetime. We had discussed about various forms of inequality. But if you look at this question, yes, inequality reflects in various forms throughout the life cycle of women in her various aspects like education, healthcare, etc. But this question has to be limited to violence against women. This question has to be limited to violence against women, and we have to give an idea of the entire life cycle. So the first idea is, what is the life cycle of a woman? Where do we start? The question indicates you start before birth and end with their death. So we have to commence this cycle before conception of a girl. Right, so you're thinking in right direction. So before conception, feticide, infanticide. Okay, so let me do one thing. We have this chart here, which will, because everything has been covered, everything has been discussed. This chart covers the entire life cycle of women and various forms of violence during this life cycle, starting before conception, starting pre-birth, starting from sex selective abortion or female feticide to infanticide, so on and so forth, going on towards marital rape, honor killing, dowry killing, etc. So this is the life cycle. This is the body part that you can easily take up from here, and everything has been discussed. So I hope this is clear, because it is not just that we have to understand just one dimension of women, that okay, these are the problems. A question can be asked in various forms. Look at this question. The question is saying, talk specifically about violence against women, and that too you have to go through the entire life cycle. And maybe if you remember that I had given you a hint previously, that if you want to look at various aspects or various facets of life, you break it down. So one idea is to break it down in various dimensions like health, education, your idea of authority within a family, your idea of workplace. And the other idea is simply to break it down in various stages of life, because at various stages of life, the form of violence that is committed against women is different. The form of inequality that you'll find is different. The form of violence that is committed is different. So think in these terms as well. And I have deliberately left this question. Otherwise, ideally, this life cycle is discussed with issues related to women. But I created this question deliberately so that you understand the way in which they can ask questions. Now, your body part is done. Your body part is ready in this life cycle that has been provided here. This is the body for your answer. Now, let's think about the introduction first. Now, think about the introduction first. What all can be the forms of introduction that we can provide? Okay, so no need to write about fertility rates. No need to write about fertility rates. Yes, you can definitely talk about maternal mortality rate, but again, the question, the question talks specifically about violence committed against women. So yes, maternal mortality rate can be an outcome of this. Maybe she has not been provided with enough nutrition. Maybe her situation in the family is so that she was not taken to an institutional facility. But let's not limit our answer. Okay. Any kind of facts regarding violence? If you remember, we had I had already given you a few stats regarding spousal violence from NFHS 5. If you remember, I'd given you a few facts. Now, obviously, you would not remember those facts. Right? It is not necessary. Yes, if they are in your notes, if you revise multiple times, if you're very sincere with revision, yes, those will come in naturally. But otherwise, you can definitely quote from the report. At least you can remember the name of the report. And we have very few reports and these surveys that come up every year. So you can definitely quote from a report. So one way can be about various facts. Now, these facts, NFHS 5 facts were about spousal violence, violence by husband, or domestic violence, right? If you remember. Now, there can be other reports that come up about honor killing. There can be other reports that come up about dowry killing. right? So these are also what? Various forms of violence. So you can maybe take 2-3 facts from various reports, and that's why I was saying that keep mentioning things from your current affairs. You can take up these 2-3 facts and mention them as part of your introduction. So that is one introduction using facts. Let's see what other introductions are you suggesting. Is there any ready-made intro and conclusion? No. If you look at the discussions that we are having, it is always different. And again, for one question, you are able to suggest multiple introductions, multiple forms of introduction, if you see. So why not? Why not use your creativity? Why not use your, say, skills to write better answers? There's no say, ready-made introduction and conclusion. Yes, so but there can be facts related to female feticide, etc. So one part is done. One idea about starting this question with facts is done. What can be the other ideas? Yes, so if there is a specific quotation that fits in, you can, but try not to move in that direction. Okay. Importance of the women in society. No, importance of the women in society would not fit in very well here. And also in the body, you can definitely create the cycle that you find in the question. You can definitely create that cycle. Great. So Ambesh has suggested that briefly, very briefly, we can talk about the reasons for this violence against women. We can briefly talk about reasons for the violence. Just think about this, that yes, violence happens, that the question says. Yes, it goes on, and you are going to take that up in your body part. But now think about basically reasons. What can be the reasons for this violence against women? And we have already discussed that what are the basic patriarchal mindset of the society, etc. So yes, we can give the reasons briefly in the introduction, and your solution or your conclusion for that matter can indicate towards various government interventions, something that is in the news, or it can talk about a few suggestions to fix this problem of violence committed against women. Yes, so you're talking about any important events. Yes, you can definitely give an example of any event that happened in the recent past of violence against women. Yes, so I hope, yes, you are suggesting the conclusion now. So conclusion can be very simple. About either you can mention any government intervention to stop violence against women, and you have various examples. Else you can come up with your own suggestions that what can be done to stop this violence. Sati now is a very is an age old practice which has been banned, and you not find a lot of instances of sati. Better than that, you can think about something from the recent past. You can think about violence committed against the women in Manipur. For instance, you can talk about the recent dowry killings that were there in news. There was then again various cases of honor killing in your urban areas, because generally we think of honor killing and issues like these limited to rural areas, but yes, there were ideas from urban areas as well, examples from urban areas as well. Okay, so what you have to do is, in the introduction, you either start with a few facts about any form of violence against women. So I have given you a few examples that you can use. Then in the body part, you already have the body part. You can just create this cycle as well. You can create this cycle and then start writing. And therein, if you have any facts, if you can quote from any reports, do substantiate your answer. And then in conclusion, you can think of either government interventions or any suggestions of your own. But again, remember, you have to keep your introduction and conclusion always brief, because I've gone through a couple of answers that a few of you have shared, and I've seen that undue weightage to conclusion and introduction has been given there. So I might not have replied to the mail that I surely will, but undue weightage was given to introduction and conclusion. But the question has to be, the main part of the question is the body part. Why are we thinking in terms of introduction and conclusion is because the body part has been given, has been discussed, and let's come up with innovative ways to introduce your answer. Let's not go towards UCC, because again we have to think in terms of violence committed against women. Even if you look at this life cycle, you'll find mostly violence being committed against women. We are not talking about any kind of inequality that is based in religion or that is based in our society or any other practice. We are talking specifically about violence against women, right? Now see, again, para-wise or point-wise, again coming to that, your introduction and suggestion always have to be in paragraph format. That is, I believe, is clear, because we have to keep it brief. We have to mention 2-3 points, and that can be done very well in a paragraph. Now, if you look at this question, what you can do is you can create this cycle. You can talk about various stages of life, which will basically be a paragraph like a point, right? It will be a paragraph in the form of a point. So before birth or adulthood, elderly women, right? So there can be various paragraphs for that matter. Otherwise, you can simply continue the flow of the life cycle, or continue the flow ranging from your preconception to your adulthood, then to your elderly age, without mentioning it. So yes, the question of whether it has to be point-wise or a paragraph, it can be dealt either way. So if you have concrete points, it is always better to go in a point-wise manner, but otherwise you can take up paragraph writing as well. No, we do not have to write always so when we say committed against women, now it is not just men who are committing this violence. Just think of dowry killing. The entire family can be a part of the dowry killing. Honor killing, the entire family can be a part of honor killing. And you find those kinds of violence mentioned there. So it's better not to limit your answer to just men inflicting violence on women. Let it be comprehensive. Okay, great. Now let's look at this other question. The determinants of women's health are multifaceted and encompass a wide range of factors beyond nutrition. Wide range of factors beyond nutrition. These determinants interact and influence each other, shaping women's overall health and well-being. Discuss. Yes, we can definitely make this cycle, as already suggested. And please, it's again my humble request, it's better to go just take up a few topper copies from the internet and just go through them once, so that you get a fair idea whether you can create diagrams or not, whether to write in point-wise manner or not, whether to follow the paragraph format or what. Because every question has a specific demand which has to be dealt with, and it can be done in any manner. So please do go through those copies. I'm repeating it again and again, because you get a generally we're not writing, and I see a lot of students not writing. The reason is that they have the idea of perfect answer in mind, that the day I become perfect in a particular topic, that is the day I'll start writing. And that day, I don't think in the, say, previous 5-10 months, the day would have dawned upon you. And it would not, because there's nothing called perfect answer. There can be various ways to write the same answer. So it's better you try. It is better you go through a few answers, so that you find that yes, you can definitely write average answers. You cannot write every answer in a very brilliant manner. There'll be questions which will take you by surprise in the examination. So the idea of writing every answer, or thinking in terms of perfection in every answer, cannot be achieved. It is impractical, right? That's why your toppers would get, say, 50-55%, and they will top the examination. The idea is you keep writing it, because that is what ultimately will improve your answer writing more than these discussions. These discussions are again meant for you, so that you learn a lot from here. But ultimately, it is not these discussions, or it is not just the ideas that are there on the in your head that will help, but ultimately the act of writing is going to help. Okay. Okay, so let's think about this question. We'll come to the body part. Think about this question. The question is directed towards women's health. Right. So we have seen that there are inequalities when it comes to health, but ultimately there are multiple factors that impact health of any human being. It is not just limited to nutrition, because whenever we think of health, we either think of diseases or nutrition. But there are multiple factors, and we do not have to miss out on mental health as well. And we will come to the body part. Just think about the question once. The determinants of women's health are multifaceted. So we have to see what are all these determinants, and they encompass a wide range of factors beyond nutrition. So yes, nutrition is one part of it, but there are multiple factors. So we have to see that. These determinants interact and influence each other. Just think of any two determinants, and we will take up. Just think of any two determinants of women's health that interact with each other, and ultimately they shape the women's health. And we have to discuss this. So the idea of the question is talk about various dimensions or various determinants of women's health. That is the idea of the question. So your body has to discuss various determinants of women's health, plus you have to talk about the interaction of these determinants, right? And again, your conclusion can be simple. We will come to it. We will come to it. Before you think about various determinants of women's health, that we will ultimately come to, think about what can be the introduction to this. What can be the introduction to this? Great. So Gulam is saying that he has been writing a few answers. Initially, he was struggling, but now, after practice, it is becoming good. So, okay, so health comprises of physical, mental, social health. Yes, we will come to that body part. Think of introduction first. Abhish, if we enlist the factors there, what do we cover? Because it's better to stick to the body part. Just think about the word limit and think about a lot that you have to cover. Because once you look at the determinants, you'll find it hard to be, say, fitted into 200 words, because your body will somewhere roughly be around 180 to 200 words, right? And the number of determinants that you have, plus you have to cover this dimension as well, you'll find it hard. So it is better we stick to the body for various determinants. Maybe a few facts regarding women's health, that would do. But what kind of facts, please suggest? What kind of facts, please suggest? Great. So Vaishna is saying that why nutrition is important, is an important determinant of women's health, and that there are other determinants as well. Great idea. So we can talk about why nutrition is one of the important determinants, because this is what generally gets talked about. And also that there are other factors as well, which we are ultimately going to enlist and discuss in your body part. Great. We can talk about women's health and well-being, and why is it important. So if we look at this question, it does not indicate in that direction. So let's limit our question or our answer to the question itself. Great. So Ravi is talking about how there has been, if you look at, and this follows still your food security. When we think of nutrition and when we think of health, generally the push is towards nutrition. The push is towards food security without taking into account other factors. So Ravi is saying that when we look at women's health indicators, even in NFHS, it was mostly limited to anemia rather than looking at other dimensions of her health as well. Great. Okay, so we have 2-3 forms of introductions. We have 2-3 introductions that either we can start with a few facts related to health of women. We can think about the facts that I had given you in your from your NFHS 5. Then you can think of other things as well. You can think of facts coming from your national policy, national health policy, and I will come to it. When we discuss health, we are going to limit our discussion to national health policy, and from there you can also take up a few facts. Another very brilliant idea is that ultimately we are going to cover various other determinants and the interaction between these determinants in body part. So why not talk about why nutrition is one of the important determinant? And that is why we find generally our schemes and everything focused towards nutrition, and mention that there can be other factors as well. Then in conclusion, you can think of various suggestions or government intervention. Right. Now let's come to the body part, because a few of you have already understood the body part, but let's see. So one thing is the image has been taken from this particular paper that is published, and I have left the link as well. So if you're interested, you can go through it. It will help you to understand the language. Yes, so these suggestions that you are giving, great. Now look at these factors. Look at these determinants that affect women's health. Look at these factors. So yes, nutrition is one. But apart from that, you think of the environment, because someone here had given, someone out of you, I forgot the name, someone had given an example of cow dung cakes, how unclean fuel impacts respiratory health of women. Someone had given this example here. The numbers need not worry about it. If you go through the report or if you go through this paper, you will realize that these numbers mean something else. Forget about the numbers. Okay. Then you have other factors like age at which the first child is born. Because if there is early marriage, early pregnancy, because pregnancy is something that becomes more or less a turning point in a woman's life. There might be a few women here in a class who might have a child, and they would know, and otherwise as well, if you discuss this with your mother or with anyone, you'll realize that pregnancy is one of the turning points with respect to women's health. So if there is early pregnancy, the chances are, and you see that even too early a pregnancy or too late a pregnancy, both have their own set of complications. So this early pregnancy can ultimately impact health. Then you think of poverty. Now poverty, take it towards nutrition, you can take it towards education, you can take it towards any direction you want. So because of poverty, think of lack of nutrition, not getting enough food. Because of poverty, not aware or not educated about anything. For instance, not aware of family planning, not aware of, say, menstrual hygiene. So poverty can also become a reason, or is one of the most important determinants of health. Then your caste. Can someone suggest how can caste become a determinant of women's health? Can someone suggest this? So yes, poverty leads to ultimately non-availability of health services, etc. Great. Living in slum, not getting clean drinking water ultimately will impact health. Right. Think of caste. Yes, so it can have impact on mental health. And also, if you remember, there were caste specific occupations that were being carried out, and they are being carried out till now, which can directly impact women's health. Great. Then you think of various social and cultural beliefs, and here when you look at these determinants, you'll find multiple examples within each determinant. Right. This is just to give you a better structure. This is to give a better structure to your answer. So if you think of various social and cultural beliefs, it can range from your eating habits, right? It can range from, yes, so we're talking about various taboos, like, yes, it can be related to witches, for instance. Then you're talking about caste specific dress code, that can definitely impact. And if you think of your scheduled castes in Kerala, that can definitely impact mental health for that matter. Yes, so marriage because of your socio-cultural beliefs, marriage at early age because of your social cultural beliefs, not letting the girl study because of your say socio-cultural beliefs, not just think of your female genital mutilation, right? Female genital mutilation, in which, because out of sheer it is, and for no apparent medical reason, but out of your socio-cultural beliefs, the genital area of the girls is tampered, or it's taken away. Yes, the idea of purity for that matter. So yes, you can have various factors here. Then you think of illiteracy. Illiteracy will impact awareness levels. Illiteracy will impact whether the woman is able to make decisions or not in the family. Then any form of gender discrimination that can go within family, and we have discussed pretty much all these aspects. So yes, nutrition is one, but you find that all these other aspects, your domestic violence can be physical, can be mental. So it can impact mental health for sure, but it can be physical as well. So it can impact physical health. Again, think of early marriage, think of pregnancy, think of early marriage, think of sexual intercourse at an early age, which is not very healthy. So these can be various determinants when it comes to women's health. Yes. Great. So now if you look at this question, if you go back to this question, this is your body part wherein you can enlist various determinants of women's health. Previously, if you thought about this, you would have a very limited idea. But now you think about poverty, you can extend it to nutrition and ultimately to health. You can think of illiteracy, you can extend it to health. You can think of domestic violence, extend it to health. So yes, they impact women's health. A few of them might not be direct, but yes, ultimately these can be the various factors. So how unemployment can be a determinant of health? With unemployment will come poverty. With poverty, you would not have sufficient income to spend on your healthcare, on your nutrition, to get any kind of healthcare services. You would not have better levels of education. And ultimately, all these factors will impact health. You do not have to quote in all the data for these determinants. If you have for a few, for example, you will definitely find something for maternal mortality. And you will remember, because we are going to discuss it again and again over in the chapters. So those things can be mentioned, but otherwise you do not have to worry about substantiating every argument. So yes, also it can be lifestyle, dual burden of work, because of dual burden of work, family work, and your say any kind of paid labor ultimately can breed physical and mental stress. Yes, there can be geographical factors, etc. So yes, pretty much everything is mentioned here, but it is great that now you are thinking on your own. Now you are thinking beyond the content that is being provided here in the classroom, and which is a good thing. But ultimately, you have to be careful about the word limit as well. What all is it that you can fit in a particular question? Yes, so abortion can definitely impact health, which can be mentioned. Okay. So with this, we conclude our discussion on women. There is another question here. This is the question that I had asked you in the first lecture, that was on Monday, that how can climate change impact women more than men? So this is a question Let's discuss the structure. Your body of the answer will be found here. You have to just open this article, go through it once, and you'll get the perfect answer. Few of you were suggesting good answers that day. I did not mention so that this question remains raw and everyone thinks for themselves. But before going through the body part, and I'm not going to discuss it in the class, before going to the body part, please try writing it yourself, or at least try conceptualizing it yourself, and then only move towards body. And you see that the ones who are engaging in discussion, they are coming up with better answers, better introductions, etc. So let's talk about the basic structure for this answer. Think in terms of introduction, body. Your body is ultimately here that you can see, and then your conclusion part. Suggest introduction. So women are increasingly being seen as more vulnerable than men to the impacts of climate change. So one idea is for the statement. Other idea is you can go against the statement. That is not necessary that women are being more vulnerable compared to men. Men can also be more vulnerable compared to women. And someone had suggested that argument that day. Just think of your fishermen. Just think of your fishermen. So yes, Varsha, the one you are suggesting is for the argument that is here, that is contained here as well, and we'll refrain ourselves discussing that. So Anushka, you're saying that we can write a quotation. Please suggest what quotation can we write. Okay, so yes, we can. The introduction can be very general, wherein we talk about the vulnerability of human beings to climate change. Yes, we can definitely do that. Another idea is that when you conclude, you can think of the against argument, that you can conclude saying that it is not just women. There can be instances, there can be exceptions where men can be more vulnerable, and for that you can use examples. So one example I have given is that of men who are engaged in, say, fishing activities. Now they'll be more vulnerable to climate change because they go out fishing in the rough sea. Because of the nature of climate change, they would not know what is going to happen, right? So they can be more vulnerable. Men, how men can be more vulnerable can be your conclusion. Just cite a few instances. Yes, Santosh, you are saying the right thing about the awareness about the use of cell phone, but again, we're not going to discuss. So okay, no, we do not have to write for and against in every say question. It depends on the nature of the question. Now this question, we see, if you look at a statement, you will be able to realize that yes, we can have a counter argument as well. Then there can be various questions, like the previous question on health. We had no counter argument for that matter, right? We had no counter argument. Yes, we realize that there are multiple, say, factors, multiple facets that impact women health. So you do not have to go for and against in every question. Why am I suggesting this is so that you can have better introductions or conclusions for your answers. Yes, so you can think of construction workers, most of whom are generally men, who are more vulnerable to heat waves. Great. So because it is generally the male members of the family who are engaged in manual labor, right? So you can just quote 2-3 examples just to reflect that yes, it is not just the idea that women are more vulnerable. There can be men as well. So yes, you can think in terms of forest fires, etc. So yes, when you have to write in favor of this statement, you have the entire answer contained in this article, which will become your body. And please, before going through this article, try to write the answer on your own, or at least try to conceptualize the points. What can be the various points? The way we are thinking of how men can be more vulnerable to the effects of climate change, just think about how can women be more vulnerable to impacts of climate change. Great. So yes, you have suggested a lot. Think of writing it in 200 words. So with this, we are done with our chapter on role of women. Now you will get to know a little more about women, various interventions in other chapters. So when we talk about initiatives by the civil society, you'll think in terms of NGOs, self-help groups, that will be discussed. Then you think in terms of, say, your education for women. We are going to take up your national education policy, which will have specific provisions for women. Then again, when it comes to health, we are going to discuss about your maternal health with in your chapter on health. Most of the things have been discussed here, but there'll be a few things which are lying here and there. Please do consolidate everything once you are done revising this chapter. Once you're done with the entire syllabus, please. No, the answer has to be the previous question. The answer has to be biased more towards how women are more vulnerable to effects of climate change. When it comes to their male counterparts, we just have to give a brief about this, that yes, they can also be vulnerable to climate change. So Anushka, the statement you're suggesting, you would have to substantiate it. And yes, you can definitely write it. Moving on to our next chapter, that is on population and associated issues. Now, I'll tell you something. We will look at the questions. We will go about this. You remember the way a question has been asked on population and role of women. A question has also been asked on population and the role of poverty. And if you look at population, generally the question range from factors that affect population growth and what can be the effects of population growth. Till now, the questions have come from here. So women empowerment being a factor in controlling population growth, poverty being a factor in increasing population. Similarly, how poverty can be an effect of your population growth. So generally the questions have been limited from here, but what we have to do is, when we go through the chapter on population, think of various factors that ultimately lead to population growth. What I've done is, I'm talking about the very basic factors here, and yes, we will ultimately stretch them towards how the question have been asked, but you start thinking when we start our discussion on population, you start thinking what are the various factors that affect population, because they can ask a question on a very specific dimension for that matter. So the way they have asked about the relationship between poverty and population, poverty and women, they can definitely ask about population and the role of education for that matter. So ultimately, please be prepared to stretch any one dimension according to a question. And we are going to take up multiple things. Let's not get into this question. We are going to discuss this question towards the end of our discussion. This is just to portray that how the questions have been asked in the past. So the question says, critically examine whether growing population is the cause of poverty or poverty is the main cause of population growth in India. So poverty both as a cause and effect of population growth. Similarly, empowering women is the key to control population growth, the one we discussed in the previous chapter. So again, population growth and just one very specific dimension, that is women empowerment. So question can be asked like this, right? So what we have to do is, we have to think in terms of cause and effect relationship when it comes to population. So we will come to these points, the ones you are discussing. Now think of what is population. Population simply is the number of people living in a particular area. So this is the area in which, say, these people are living. What is the population? The number of people who are living in this area. Now, these people can be identified using various factors. You can think in terms of what is the caste of those people. You can think in terms of what is the religion of those people. You can think in terms of what linguistic background these people come from. Right? So there can be various factors. In our chapter on population, we'll stick to two specific indicators. One is, now this, if you take up this person can be male, can be female, or again can be from the third gender as well. But third gender will be taken up specifically in your last chapter. So right now think of composition either male or female. Then if you think of the same person, can be a child, can be an adult, or can be someone aged as well. So if you look at this composition in the light of age and sex, and which is important because you will see in the discussion, we're not going to take up caste here because caste has been discussed. We're not going to take up religion here because it will be discussed in your next chapter, that is of communalism. So think in terms of age and sex. These should be two basic metrics, two basic indicators of your composition of population that we are going to follow in this chapter. Now again, the another idea is that of population density. If you remember urbanization, we're talking about the increase in population density of the urban areas. So when people move from one place to another, they ultimately not just increase the population of that area, but increase the population density as well. What is population density? Number of people per unit area of land, or in Indian context, per square kilometer. So these should be the basic metrics, or these should be the basic directions in which our discussion is going to move. Now think about this. If you talk about population, the spread of population, and we had discussed these factors in your chapter on migration, that why would people migrate from one area to another? And we were saying that if there is no political stability, if there is social or political discrimination going on against people, people would want to move to other area. Think in terms of agriculture. Think why your hilly areas, for example, your Himalayan states, are less populated than your Indo-Gangetic fertile plains. Your Indo-Gangetic fertile plains, think of Haryana, Punjab, Uttar Pradesh, for instance. Why do you think the density is more there? Why? Because they have available now, they can take up agriculture at a relative ease compared to your hilly regions or compared to your deserted regions like Rajasthan. So population distribution will depend on various factors. Now those can be geographical, those can be political, that there is no political instability. You would see that wherever there is war going on, people will start fleeing that area, people will start fleeing that region and ultimately go and settle elsewhere. So this distribution of population is related to political factors. Then think of economic factors, that people in search of a job will move from one area to another. People in search of better living standard will move from one area to another. Similarly, there can be environmental factors as well. Now, yes, they can be clubbed with your geographical factors, but think about this. More polluted an area is, people would move out of that. Yes, so yes, there can be social factors like communal rights. There can be issues related to communal violence. There can be issues related to authoritarian state, right? There can be environmental factors. So if the area is too polluted, people will start moving away from that area. Now, another thing is, just remember this, when you think of these factors, you cannot say that one factor will dominate over the other, because there is no clear-cut indication for the same. Just think about this. We know living in Delhi is going to affect our respiratory health, for instance, apart from mental health, which becomes a challenge as well, but it is definitely going to affect our respiratory health. But yes, still you find the density of population being very high in Delhi. People still want to move to Delhi. It can be for various reasons. So you can not always say that one factor will dominate the other, because there are still people who are living in places where you have a lot of communal violence going on. There are people, say, think of your Syria. Aren't there people who are still living there, even though there is political instability, even though there is a war, there is a, say, proxy war going on, but people are still living there. So yes, there can be multiple factors which influence the spread of population, but again, do not think of them in terms of priority, because it is ultimately on an individual level that people will prioritize. Some will prioritize their health, their physical and mental health, and stay away from urban areas or industrialized areas or areas where you have a lot of pollution. Then some might prioritize their region. Some might feel, no, I have been born here and I would want to live here for my entire life. Even though there is a threat of disasters, even though we do not have, say, sufficient agricultural activities that are going on, but I would want to stay here for the sake of regionalism. So people would prioritize according to their own personal needs. But yes, these are generally the factors which affect the spread of population. Now, during migration, we had already discussed that there are uh, there are various factors, pull and push factors, which affect migration, and migration directly affects the spread of population. Apart from migration, there are other factors as well. Just think of your birth rate. We will come to fertility rate, do not worry. Think of birth rate. If the birth rate is high, more number of children will be born, the density is going to be higher. Similarly, if the death rate is low, less and less number of people will die, and ultimately the population density will remain high. And other idea is migration, people moving in and out of that area. So if there are more number of people moving into a particular area, the population of that area will be higher compared to other areas. So these can be the basic factors which impact population growth. Now, in our discussion, we will take up various issues related to population, but population growth is primary because two questions have already been asked. And this is, again, you see that when it comes to population, the first question that comes to your mind is that where's the population going? Why is it that we have so huge a population? And what are the problems related to this high population growth? So when you talk about population, you have these basic factors which directly impact population growth. And now you think of the questions. The questions that have come, none of the question is based from here. None of the question is based in these factors, apart from one that I'll tell you indirectly. But your questions are not directly based in these factors that lead to population growth. But how do we go there? How do we go there? That I'll tell you. Now, again, if you want to increase the population, increase the birth rate. More and more number of children will be born, population will increase. Else, let more number of people migrate to that area, the population will increase. When it comes to death rate, if the death rate is low, that means less and less number of people are dying every year. That means the population will remain high. So either the birth rate has to be high or the death rate has to be low to increase the population. Now think of fertility rate. What is fertility rate first? And I'll tell you, because you will say that the question was asked on poverty, the question was asked on women empowerment. How do we relate these here? The factors that I have provided here are just these three, which do not directly relate to that. Now think of fertility rate. What is fertility rate? Any woman, any girl or any woman in her reproductive age, roughly from, say, 19 to 49, roughly, in a reproductive age, how many children she gives birth to? is what is the fertility rate. That in her life cycle or in her reproductive life cycle, how many children is she going to give birth to? Now, the idea is you do not have to think whether the child survives or not, but it is a matter of birth. How many children are born per woman? Yes, it is roughly 2.2 in India right now. So this is the fertility rate. Now think about all these factors. Think about all these factors. Now, if I say what can be the factors that affect birth rate, what can be the factors that affect death rate, I'm just laying the basic framework for you. Then what are the factors that impact migration? What are the factors that impact fertility rate? Fertility rate will come to, do not worry. Think of migration. What can be the factors that impact migration, that will influence migration? You will say there can be various economic, political, geographical factors which impact migration. Now, can poverty be one of the factors which impacts migration? Yes, so you are already writing economic opportunities. Yes, poverty can be one of the factors which impact migration. Similarly, it can be, yes, the idea of development, it can be various economic opportunities, it can be fleeing away from various social factors. So when you think of population growth, do think of factors which impact migration. If you remember from our previous discussion, do remember the factors for migration, because those are also factors which lead to population growth, out of which poverty is one. How it impacts population growth, we'll come to that. Now think of your death rate. What are the various factors which will impact death rate? What are the various factors which will impact death rate? One is the improvement in healthcare facilities, the improvement in levels of nutrition, right? The improvement in various other development or human development indicators, medical intervention. Just think of your role of government. If the government spends more on public health, ultimately death rate will be impacted. So yes, death rate has multiple factors. Yes, your lifestyle, your level of awareness. Great. Similarly, think of birth rate. What can be the various factors which impact birth rate? So one is again healthcare facilities, right? Can be there. Yes, so one can be poverty, great. Time of your marriage, amazing. Because if you marry early, the chances are you'll give birth early. Your financial status of the family, the idea of various other socio-economic factors, socio-cultural factors like orthodoxy. There can be people or there can be families who believe that children are, say, is something that the God has. This is a power that God has given you, and you should not be using contraceptives, and it is there in pretty much every religion for that matter. Yes, our God's gift. Again, so yes, you are relating it to the levels of literacy, etc. Now see, this basic framework, this basic framework is just has been laid down for you to understand the major factors. The major factors of increase in population are birth rate, migration, death rate, and fertility rate. But these factors get influenced by various other factors that you have to keep in mind. All these things have been discussed here and there. What we'll do is we'll consolidate the most important ones here, but do keep your mind open. So when we say migration, so if we ask a question that how can your say socio-economic levels of development of a society, how can they impact population growth? And you have to be aware that yes, migration can happen because of various socio-economic factors, which can ultimately lead to population growth. Similarly, your socio-economic factors will, your birth rate and fertility rate will also depend on socio-economic factors. So is going to be your death rate. So if they ask a question on a very specific dimension, you should be ready with your answer. And I've given you a practice question that you have to take up. And also let's discuss other factors. Let's discuss your fertility rate. Now fertility rate is what? The number of children there'll be that a woman will bear during her life cycle. And when we say life cycle, because say a very young girl cannot bear children and a very old lady can also not bear children. So we have to think in the reproductive age. Now, what are the various factors which impact fertility rate? And from here, you'll get a very definite, concrete answer for the relationship between women empowerment and population growth. Let's come to this. And by now, yes, so you are thinking in the right direction. Health, literacy, awareness. Now let's take them up one by one for the others to understand as well. Now think of your various religions, and almost every religion supporting high fertility rates, thinking of children to be gifts of God. And because of this reason, they would not plan families. They would not use contraceptive measures. They would not go for abortion. Just think of the stigma that is attached to abortion in pretty much every conservative society, and particularly Christians for that matter. Just think of the lack of awareness of contraceptive measures. If you remember your NFHS data as well, even today, many women are not even aware of contraceptive measures. Now this is, yes, because of lack of awareness and illiteracy, but also because of various religious factors. Then think of your joint family. Think of a joint family. One idea is traditional mindset, patriarchal mindset. So whatever the family says has to be done. The will of the individuals, even if the nuclear family, even if the husband and the wife do not want a child, or they do not want a second child, it will be the family who's going to push them, who's going to force them into giving birth to another child. And generally, if you remember, if you connect, generally in the cases where the first born child is a girl child, if the first born child is a girl child, the parents will start pressing that who's going to be the higher for you, who's going to be the higher in the future, who's going to carry on the family name in the future. So yes, it can be questioned that there is a joke that goes around that not that you have left so much, not that the family name is so great or you have left so much of a property that this should be carried on. Why not stop it right here? So this is the kind of joke goes around. But otherwise, the mindset, the basic mindset is the family name has to be carried on, and it has to be carried on patrilineally. It has to be carried on by the son or sons of the family. Then think of child marriages. Now, if you remember the data on marriage, you can see that with lack of literacy rates, where the literacy rates were low, where the position of women was not good, child marriages were more prevalent. With child marriages will come early pregnancy and early child that is born. Similarly, think of preference to a son. In traditional Indian families, we prefer son over daughters. What can be the various reasons of this preference to a son? What can be the various reasons of preference to the son? Can you suggest? Okay, one idea is hire to the property or carrying on the family name. Yes, so being the breadwinners of the family, because generally it was male members of the family who were engaged in any kind of work. What can be other factors? Yes, so your last rites. So generally you'll find that it is the son who carries out the last rites for their parents. Similarly, there are various other say religious things or various rituals which have to be carried on by the son. Then yes, what else? Ensuring old age security. Who will provide for the security of the elderly in their old age? Yes, Supreme Court has allowed women to be the ones who can perform the last rite, but how often do you see girls even or women even entering the premises or entering the crematorium? Similarly, the by law it has been provided that girls can be the heir of the family property. They have an equal share in the property, but how often do you find it? Taking care of old age thing. Yes, so the idea of patriarchy, think of the idea of dowry, because dowry is prevalent, so they'll think, the family will think, if a girl child is born, then we would have to give out dowry. But if a son is born, then we are going to definitely get some of it. I hope no one here thinks in that manner. Okay, yes, great. So now you think about this. Yes, the idea of paraya dhan, the idea of Boj, etc. Now think about this. When we think of population, we think of fertility rate. When we think of fertility rate, we think of preference to a son. When you think of preference to a son, all your ideas about women empowerment come in one place. Not everything, but yes, there can be others, like with rising status of women, they will not accept this male authority. They'll say, no, I do not want another child. How are we going to take care of another child for that matter? So think about how you can break down these factors into further factors, because ultimately a question can be directed from anywhere. That question can be how preference to a son can lead to growth in population. And you would see, you would have to think about the increasing birth rate. You have to think about giving multiple births within a family, right? You can then think about the low status of women in the family, in the society, uh, because of which she will unquestionably accept whatever the family says. So I hope you get these ideas, and I hope you structure these ideas well in your head. So what you have to do is, while going through it, while revising it, try to break it down yourself. Try to break it down yourself so that you understand. Now I'll ask you a question. I hope you understand all these. I ask you a question. How can the fiscal deficit of a government lead to growth in population? Just think about this. How can fiscal deficit lead to population growth? Just think about this, because the question, again, we have to be ready for everything. So the government will not be able to invest more in public health, public education, public awareness. That will impact health and that will impact fertility rates. Great. Now, because of this, if the government is not having enough revenue, the government would not be able to invest here. Also, government would not be able to invest in other important things, like creating new jobs, creating employment opportunities for people, which will lead to poverty, and ultimately this poverty will lead to a growth in population. You will have less availability of better infrastructure, low expenditure on awareness, would not be able to implement these policies, people remaining or staying in the vicious cycle of poverty, etc. Great. So now the idea is, no matter what direction the question comes from, you should have the answer. You should be able to structure it well, because what you have to do is, rather than looking directly at these three factors, think of these factors, sub-factors and sub-sub-factors, how they impact everything, how they impact population. And the ones who are still asking about poverty, do not worry, we have this question that we will discuss towards the end of our discussion. Okay, and more of it will become clear when we talk about the vicious cycle of poverty. But yes, we are definitely going to discuss it here in this chapter as well. So yes, you look at this here, lack of provisions for old age security. If you do not have better provisions for old age security, people would want to give birth to children, because ultimately their family, their children will take care of them in the future. So you can relate this with fiscal deficit as well, because they would not be able to, the government would not be able to provide security to your elderly, because of which they would have to ultimately take to giving birth to more number of children who can take care of them. Similarly, poor performance of our various family planning programs. They were not able to achieve the targets that they were supposed to. Over the years, we see that there has been a decline in your infant mortality rate because of better availability of healthcare, because of better nutritional status of children. But ultimately, if you have high infant mortality rate, families would tend to give birth to more number of children. If you have high mortality rate, families will tend to give birth to more number of children, because there is a probability, the chances are higher of the children not surviving. So if you look at your families or your traditional families, you'll find as you go back in your generations, you'll find more and more number of children that were there. Your fathers will be more siblings compared to you. Your mothers, similar. If you look at your grandmother, grandfather, there'll be more number of siblings compared to you. So if you go back in generation, because of lack of availability of healthcare facilities, because of low life expectancy, people tend to give birth to more number of children. Similarly, if the status of women is not right, they will unquestionably accept whatever the family says. Now, all these factors are the ones which directly affect fertility rate, but a few of these factors have sub factors, and also these factors do not just limit, because if you think of fertility, we think of women and just the family, but they are talking about the government intervention as well. Now it's because the government can come up with policy to control fertility rate, like two child policy, one child policy. Then similarly, government can spread awareness about, say, keeping the fertility rate towards your replacement rate. Then government, if they're not spending enough in healthcare, that can become a problem, etc. So please do not limit yourselves to these factors. Try breaking them up while you are revising this chapter. Now let's do one thing before we move on to the idea of demographic transition. This is just to give you an idea that how there have been changes, how there has been a shift in population, and then we'll quickly move on to our important part, that is the emerging issues with population. A few of these issues have been discussed previously that I'll highlight, and then we'll think of what can be the possible solutions, and we'll look at various questions as well. So let's take a break of our 15 minutes and meet again at Okay, so let's take this break, and please be back by 7:05 so that we can start the discussion right away rather than waiting for some of you. Welcome back, everyone. So, we were discussing various factors which impact population growth. And what we're doing was that we had highlighted three important factors and we broke them down into various aspects. Why did we do so? Because the questions have ranged out of these sub factors. If you look at the questions, they talk about women empowerment, they talk about poverty, and what is the impact of these factors on population growth. Now let's move to our next part, which is basically which shows a transition in population or the increase in population over the years. Now think of your pre-industrial phase, that is your agrarian society. In your agrarian society, you see that the technological advancement is not to a great extent, because of which the death rates will be high. But also, if you see that in agriculture, it is believed that more the number of children, more helping hands you have. And generally in agrarian societies, children will also be involved in agriculture. So naturally, the birth rate is going to be high. One reason is because families need more helping hands in agriculture. The another idea is that the infant mortality rate is going to be high. Infant mortality rate will be high, and that will lead families to give birth to more children. Because the probability of the children that are born in a family that they'll survive is less, and because of this reason they'll tend to give birth to more number of children, ultimately impacting the birth rate. So in your pre-industrial societies or your agrarian societies, you'll find the birth rates are going to be high and the death rates were low. Death rates were also high because you did not have proper, say, healthcare infrastructure. Also, the fertility rates are going to be high. The fertility rates are high, which will also impact the birth rates. The fertility rates are high because of the traditional outlook of the society. The fertility rate is high because there were no family planning methods. The fertility rates were high because of preference to a son, etc. So all those factors which we have seen here, which impact the fertility rates, you'll find a lot of them based in agrarian society. So think of joint families, think of importance of religion, think of the average age of marrying, think of the condition of women. So all these factors will ultimately lead to a very high birth rate in industrial societies. And I hope you have read these demographic transitions in geography, human geography lectures as well. Then you move to early industrialization phase. Now the society is industrializing slowly, and you'll find that better availability of healthcare is available now. So the death rates will go down. Less and less number of people will die. Why? Because now you have better availability of medicines, better availability of healthcare. But the birth rate is still going to remain high. Can anyone suggest why would birth rates still remain high in industrial phase? Even though now children are not engaged in agriculture, now they cannot engage them in agriculture because the society is industrialized. The infant mortality rates have also decreased, which were two of the factors which were contributing to this high birth rate. Then what can be the other reasons? Now the life expectancy is high now. Look at the infant mortality rate and overall mortality rates. They have gone down. Yes, great. So high demand for labor. Because if you look in industrial phase, you'll find that there was still a lot of scope for unskilled work. There was a lot of scope for unskilled work. And again, the idea of having more number of children will translate into better family income is still there. Yes, so because it is early industrialization phase, even the religious beliefs have not gone down. The preference is still the preference to a son still remains the same. No, improved health facilities will not increase the birth rate. Improved health facilities do not have a direct impact on high birth rate. Yes, so think of this, the levels of awareness are still low. Then also during early industrialization phase, do you think that there were better facilities available for old age people? Again, the answer is no. So for their security during their older age, people still will tend to give birth to more number of children. Now come to advanced industrial society or post-industrial society, that as we see today, the death rates are going to be low, but the birth rates also go down owing to better availability of medicine and healthcare, decrease in the significance of religion, better status of women, easy availability of contraceptive measures, and also need for highly specialized skills. Now think about this. In industrial phase, you could have, say, engaged in any kind of unskilled labor, but now in post-industrial society, you need high specialization of skills. Also, the cost of living has gone high. Now you have to provide for the healthcare facilities, education facilities for your children. That is not there. Think of the laws now. Now you have better, say, pension plans for the elderly. Now the government, if you look at the government as well, you'll find that they are coming up with various social security measures. They are also spreading awareness about these contraceptive measures, about family planning. So this will all lead to low birth rate in post-industrial society. Yes. So this is basic transition just to make you understand that when you move from industrial society, from agrarian society to industrial society, yes, things do change, but not everything. So there'll still be exceptions, because we think that the birth rates will automatically go down. And if you look at the range of population increase in India, you'll find that it was towards the industrial phase, and not just in India, but other countries as well, that it is generally the industrial phase wherein there is a population explosion. Why? Because the death rates go down, the death rates become low, but the birth rates still remain high. And now in post-industrial society, you think about this, that the challenge is different. If you leave developing countries and think of developed countries, the challenge is altogether different. The challenge is that the birth rates are so low that they are not able to replace their population, their aging population. The death rates are low, even the birth rates are low. What will happen? Over the years, the average age of population will keep going up. You can think of the example of Japan. The average age is going up. So who will work? There'll be less and less number of productive members in the society. There'll be less and less number of children who will grow up tomorrow and take up any kind of paid labor. And these developed societies are facing that challenge already. And this is going to be a challenge that we are also going to face in the future. Now let's look at what are various emerging issues with respect to population. Now one thing is that there is a debate between whether population growth is desirable or it is something that is working to our detriment. One is that debate. Another idea is that slowly the population in most of the countries, most of the developing and developed countries, is aging because of low birth rates and low death rates. And I will show you with the graph so that you get a fair idea. You will have that in mind. Also, when we talk about infant mortality rate in our country, it is still high. Yes, it has decreased over the years, but it is still very high in our country. And I will show you the data related to a few states as well. Then you think of the sex ratio. Now, what if I say that the sex ratio is decreasing? What if I add to this that the sex ratio in India is decreasing? Would you agree to this? Because I've already shown you data, so I expect an answer. So is the sex ratio in India decreasing? So Himanshi says no, Sahil says yes. So please substantiate your answers. Some of you are saying yes and some of you are saying no. Please substantiate your answers. Yes, so when we think of child sex ratio, it is decreasing, but that too in a few states. Overall, there has been an increase in sex ratio, child sex ratio, but in a few states it's decreasing. And when we look at normal sex ratio, it has been increasing. So much so that the NFHS 5 says that the number of women have surpassed the number of men. So it is 1020 per 1,000 male members. So yes, when you make any kind of argument saying the sex ratio is decreasing or the sex ratio is increasing, please try to substantiate it. Because if you see that overall the sex ratio has been increasing over the years, but there are few exceptions. Exception being a few states when it comes to child sex ratio. Okay, we'll come to that, and we have already discussed this, but we'll look at various factors affecting the sex ratio. Apart from this, there can be other considerations as well. Think about population and poverty, because population growth is a problem which leads to another problem, that is of poverty. Similarly, population growth and climate change, right? Population growth and climate change can be another consideration. So please do not leave out those considerations. And by now you would have fairly understood how you have to approach these questions. If you find those bouncers, try dealing with them in the examination itself. So the way we have, say, looked at various aspects of women's life, we have already looked into a few questions related to population, that how women empowerment can impact population, how poverty can impact population. We will take up those considerations, but keep your mind open so that any kind of question that comes up can be accommodated. Okay, so Shraddha is asking how climate change and population are interlinked. Another idea can be, yes, Femina is saying that COVID-19 led to the increase in population, because at the same time you see that there was a rise in death rate, but again there was an equivalent increase in birth rate as well. Climate change, how would it impact population? Ruan, can you please write in English? I do not understand Telugu that well. Okay. So yes, climate change can lead to migration from one place to another, thereby increasing the population in a few areas. Then it will directly impact the death rates. Then also you find that because of these increasing, and they can definitely ask you a question related to that. And again, I've shown you when we're talking about poverty and crime, when we are talking about various other considerations, you'll find both kind of viewpoints prevailing. So be ready with your answers if something new comes up. So yes, low immunity leading to an increased death rate. Now climate change can lead to a problem of food insecurity. With food insecurity, low levels of nutrition. With low levels of nutrition, high death rate. So yes, please keep your ideas open so that if any kind of question is encountered, you will be able to tackle it. Okay, let's start with our first problem. which is basically a debate related to population growth, that whether population growth is desirable or not. Now, here as well, if I ask you, a few of you might say that yes, population growth is something that is desirable, but then there will be others who would say not so much. There are problems related to population growth. So first, let's look at the arguments favoring population growth. That what can be the arguments in the favor of population growth? That yes, population growth is desirable. More the number of people, more the number of children, these children will tomorrow take up work and be productive members of the society. For instance, now think about this. Yes, the idea of demographic dividend. And we'll come to this. Let's take your suggestions first. The young population being an asset to the society. Yes, so it will give a boost to the economy. Great. We'll have more and more skilled labor. Now, skilled is under question. Yes, so the replacement rates will be higher. We will have more number of people, more number of people in the society or in that particular nation who will contribute to any kind of economic activity. Great. So better defense for the country. They'll provide emotional support to family members. They'll take care of their family members, etc. Another idea is that population growth is not desirable, and that will come to. Let's take them up one by one. So one side of the argument says that population growth is a desirable phenomena because population growth in itself is not a problem, but the distribution of population is. That the distribution of population is a problem, that there are a lot of people concentrated in these urban areas, which ultimately burden these resources, which becomes a problem. If we evenly spread our population across the country and across the globe, you'll find that we have sufficient resources. Similarly, the unutilized resources are also a problem. The underdevelopment, that underdevelopment is a problem rather than population growth. If we develop the societies better, if we develop the nations better, they can accommodate more and more number of people. And this population growth will not be a problem. Similarly, with population growth, you'll have more productive members in the society. You'll have more and more number of children who will take up work tomorrow and ultimately contribute to the income. Similarly, another idea is disparity or inequality. Inequality in distribution of resources, that there are a few countries, within those countries, a few, say, social groups who control more and more number of resources, who lead to wasteful, say, use of resources. If you distribute these resources equitably, we have sufficient resources to take care of the population that we have. And these are primarily the arguments in favor of population growth, that population growth is not a problem. The problem is these other factors. Similarly, there's a feminist argument which says that we have pretty much equal number of men and women in the society, but women in the society have a lower status compared to men. They have less control over resources. They have less control over their own lives, which is a problem, and not population growth. Similarly, the other side says that population growth is a problem. That yes, we talk about, we say that if the number of people are more, if the population growth rate is high, we'll have more number of people contributing to, say, economic activities. But if those people are not skilled, if you do not have sufficient resources to provide education, if you do not have sufficient resources to provide them skills, then ultimately we will not be able to convert this demographic dividend. This youth bulge that is there, we would not be ultimately able to translate into demographic dividend. What is demographic dividend? It says that any country, for that matter, any society who has more number of young people in the population, whose population is young, they actually are better off compared to the ones who have older population. Why? Because these people will fall in the working age and will ultimately contribute more to economy. And in India, we talk about the same. We say that majority of our population is in the working age. Majority of our population is in the working age, and they can very well take care of the dependents. They can very well take care of economic growth. They can take care of the aging population. They can take care of the new children who are born. And hence, we can convert this young population in demographic dividend. But the other side says, not really. With increasing population, we'll have increased poverty. Can anyone suggest that how with increased population, we can have increased poverty? With increase in population, how poverty will increase? Yes, with increase in population, you'll have less of employment opportunities. The government will have less to spend on public health, education, etc. You'll have scarcity of resources, which will ultimately lead to poverty. And please contain your arguments. Please remember these arguments, because we are going to use the same kind of arguments in our question. And there we will give you the entire structure. So yes, more pressure on resources, etc. Fragmentation of land, which can ultimately lead to poverty. Similarly, this huge population, rather than increasing the economic growth, rather than pacing up the economic growth, it will rather slow down the economic growth. How? Because now there are more number of mouths to feed. The government would have to invest more in social security rather than creating new jobs, rather than investing in infrastructure. And ultimately, it will slow down the growth. Then yes, with more population will come more burden on the resources. And those resources will be used mostly for consumption rather than investment. So if you think in terms of a family, just think in terms of a family and it will become more clear. If there is a family who has 5 children and they have limited resources, now out of those limited resources, would they be able to take care of all those children? No, they would have to pick and choose. Some of the children would have to get engaged in labor, ultimately leading to child labor. They would not be able to provide for their education. They would not be able to provide for their health, which will become a problem. Similarly, it will lead to food insecurity. It will lead to food scarcity. If you remember urbanization, we were saying that more and more number of people living in the same area will burden those natural resources. And not just natural resources, they will overwhelm the urban infrastructure as well. Similarly, if the population increases, we have more mouths to feed, but we have same levels of productivity in agriculture. We have the same output from agriculture, but now we have more mouths to feed. We need to provide more and more jobs. How do we take care of nutritional requirements, of educational requirements of everyone? Then ultimately, this burden, this huge burden on resources will lead to environmental degradation, and which also has a cause and effect relationship. Just think of a land from which there is X productivity. Now, if they want to grow more out of the same land, they would have to use, say, insecticides, pesticides. With more use of pesticides, yes, it will guarantee better output for an year or two, but over the years, the quality of land will deteriorate, ultimately impacting the productivity of the land. And the same land, the same amount of land will give less and less output. If it gives less output, then again, there'll be a problem of food insecurity. So these were primarily the two arguments for and against population growth. That what can be the problems related to population growth and whether population growth is a problem or not. Now, what can be the suggestions? Now, one idea is, yes, population growth can be a problem. We can reap this demographic dividend only if we have resources, if we have sufficient resources. But we see that this population growth will become a problem for us in the future, that the government, the families would not be able to provide for everyone. And this is happening already. This is happening already. The governments with their limited budgets, what all responsibilities can they take up? Yes, again, you can think in terms of wasteful expenditure by the governments, misplaced priority of the governments, but ultimately, the population is going to be a burden on resources. So what can be the various suggestions to control this population growth? Now, if you think about this, if you have to, one idea is control population growth. Another idea is brace to the impacts of this population growth. Deal with the negative consequences of population growth. So one idea is control population. How can you control population? You already have the factors. You decrease the birth rate and fertility rate, you decrease the migration, and you have your answer. Because death rate is something that you cannot tamper with. Because death rate, it's better if it is low, because it is morally not right to say that let's increase the death rate, right? It's morally incorrect. So we would have to stick to the other two indicators. One is fertility rate and the other one is migration. And you very well know now, with all the factors that have been listed, that how you can do that. So you can definitely deal with control in population growth, and I hope so you can. Now think of how to deal with the negative consequences of population growth. How can we deal with the negative consequences of population growth? Can someone suggest? Providing education skill to people so that they become productive members of the society. Then how about even distribution of your population? Better investment in infrastructure, creating more employment opportunities. Think in terms of sustainable development, because we have to take care of our environment as well. So what we have done is, with respect to these problems, I have given you suggestions. So you remember to categorize them into how to control population growth and how to deal with negative consequences of population growth. Because the question need not necessarily ask about how to control population growth, because now you have understood. You can think in terms of fertility rate, birth rate, and migration, and you know all the factors, you can deal with them. But they can definitely ask a question about, because population growth is a reality, the rate at which our population is growing, it is something that we cannot do about anything right now. Because any kind of demographic transition, any kind of family planning will take a few years before it reflects on the numbers. So how do you deal with the current population? How do you deal with the current population density? How do you deal with environmental degradation? So you have to think in terms of these factors. And I think you can. So yes, efforts to reduce poverty, create employment opportunities, create more opportunities in agriculture, so that we can take care of food shortage and we can take care of employment opportunities for people. Then also, the mortality rate has to be reduced, because the infant mortality rate is high, which is working like an incentive for people to give birth to more number of children. Then you think of economic contribution of children. If the children do not go and contribute, if we stop contribution of children in any kind of economic activity, people would not have an incentive to give birth to more number of children. And you think about this, in cities you find that the birth rate and the fertility rates are lower. Why? Because those laws are enforced better, people have better levels of awareness, the cost of living is high, And again, as we are moving towards post-industrial society, we find that there needs to be a high specialization when it comes to your skills. Students study till 12th standard, then they go for college, then they go for masters, and that is when they acquire a particular job, or maybe after graduation. So, which works as a disincentive for the families to give birth to more number of children. So here you have various suggestions on the government level, on the policy level, and also on the psychological and social level, that we have to be, say, we have to make people more and more aware about family planning. We have to make people aware about the problems related to population growth. So these can be various factors, and I hope you can go through these. So Harshita is asking whether it is necessary to make laws to curb population. Now, if you think about making laws, one idea is that social change need not follow policy level changes. One is that. Second is, if you look at these kind of population control measures, absolute population control measures like the one in China, they have actually worked to their disadvantage. So it is not just policy level change, but yes, it is one part of it, but ultimately it has to come from within the society, right? So if we say that if we make people more aware, if we talk about family planning, so we can ultimately target population growth. So these can be various suggestions that you need to go through. Just go through them once and you will be able to understand what has to be done, what all is written. Second point has been elaborated. Second point was regarding child labor. So we have to reduce the contribution of children so that ultimately families do not have an incentive of giving birth to more number of children. And these actually pose as a problem as well. The child labor, morally not right. So we have to put a stop to it. Why should children be thought of as agents to provide economic security to the family? Now, you think about this. Yes, one idea is in the old age, families would need support from their children, right? They should be someone to take care of them or to take care of the elderly. That is fine. But why do we think in terms of giving birth? Why do we think in terms of utility? The idea of giving birth as a utility, that the children who are born will actually be helpful to us. The idea has to be more, say, neutral and altruistic. It should not be self-centered. It should not be utilitarian. And in your ethics lectures, you understand that utility is one way of doing it, and then there is morality, there are ethics, right? So the decision should not primarily be based on the utility that those children are going to provide. But ultimately, if we look at various government policies, it would not be a far-fetched argument if I say this, that your government policies are generally based on utilitarian principles, that they are generally based on the idea that if we invest in something, it should give a return. That if we invest in something, it should give a return. So we are not going to the philosophical domain of utility, of the idea of maximum good for the maximum number. I'm just giving you a fair idea that why child labor should not be there. Why should we stop child labor? Because it is not morally right to expect a child to work. It is not morally right to give birth to children for the sake of utility. What if you remove that utility? The idea is, if those children are not contributing to the economic security of the family, if those children are not going to take care of you in the future, would you still give birth? That is a moral question that can be raised. Okay, moving on. So this was the idea about population growth, whether it is desirable or not, what are the problems associated with population growth, and what can be the various suggestions. Now we are not going much into it because this is going to get repeated either in your upcoming geography lectures or has already been discussed. So we are not getting into the details of demographic dividend, etc. So I've given you write-up, you can just go through it. Yes, so just think about this. So, as we have raised this moral question, so XY is suggesting that if the child is not mentally stable, or the child would not say is differently abled or disabled, they might not be able to contribute to the security of the family. And do you think that most of the families, how do they treat the disabled and how do they treat the other children who are physically fit? And you'll find there's a lot of difference. I'm not questioning the intent, I'm not questioning every family, but I'm saying that yes, generally this is what you find. Okay, so next problem is related to aging. Now, even though in India we say that most of our population is still young, majority of our population is in the working age bracket, who can contribute to economic development of a country, who can contribute to ultimately the raising the living standards of everyone. But we see that with examples from a few states like Kerala, we see that slowly and steadily our population is aging. What can be the factors which can lead to this aging? The factors can be low death rate and low birth rate. So death rates have already been low for quite some time now, for years now. And again, I request you, so when it comes to population growth or anything, do not touch death rate. Yes, you can mention that, you can just give it as a fact that the death rates are low because of better healthcare facilities that are available, etc. Better levels of nutrition, better levels of awareness. Please do not target death rate to control population, because which is one morally incorrect. I'm not going into the moral argument, but always leave it behind when it comes to suggestions, because it is ultimately you would have to increase the death rate. You would have to increase the death rate to decrease population growth, which is not right. So if the birth rate is low, that is less and less number of children are born, and the death rate is also low, that less and less number of people are dying every year, you'll find that the working age population will start shrinking. The working age population will start shrinking. Let me show you that first. Look at this. We'll come to all the other dimensions. Just look at this. So the birth rate has been decreasing slowly. Now, why am I saying that birth rate is decreasing? Because this is the data for 0 to 14 years, and which is a direct reflection on the birth rates in a society. Because if the number of children in this age bracket is reducing, that means the birth rates are going down. So the birth rates are decreasing. Also, the death rates are also decreasing. Death rates, generally, it's not that only the elderly will die. Death rate can relate to anything, but let's just to give you a rough idea that this is one of the factors of death rate, that you are elderly, the proportion of elderly in the population is increasing. Now you see that for a few years, it will increase our working age population. Look at the numbers: 55, 56, 60, 64, 65. So the working age population numbers will go on increasing for a few years. But sooner you will find that most of the people, say, who are here or who are, say, towards 50, they'll start aging, they'll start getting into the bracket of elderly. And also, if the birth rates are low, you'll have less and less number of people who will replace this working age population. So people are growing old, so they are moving out of working age. At the same time, you have less number of people entering this working age bracket. So which will ultimately lead to aging of our population over the years. And this is a problem that we find. We already find in a few states as well, not just Japan. Just think of Kerala, the state of Kerala, that the aging population is increasing. Now, when we say aged, when we say elderly, the reference that we have is our national policy for older persons, which is from 99, and they say that any person who has reached the age of 60 years or above is to be considered an elderly. Now, there are two questions here. what are going to be the consequences of increasing number of elderly in our population? What can be the consequences of increasing number of elderly in our population? One idea is shrinking. One idea is shrinking working age population. And other idea is that more the number of elderly, they will need, yes, better healthcare facilities. So issues or problems related to elderly, because with increasing age, you'll find that the people will start having more number of diseases. They'll start needing more and more intervention in terms of healthcare, because the bodily cells would not regenerate as fast as they do in younger people. So there'll be more number of issues related to elderly. Then it can be about the working age population, and then with working age population, think of the dependency ratio. And we'll come to it. I'm just laying the basic framework for you. We'll come to these points one by one. Now let's look at aging. According to elderly in 21 report by MOSPI, that is Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, the number of elderly in India is 138 million. And you already remember that the number of females in our elderly population is more than the number of males. And you already know the reason, that is better life expectancy. Overall life expectancy has increased. That's why you have more number of elderly being added to the population. And also life expectancy being better in females. That is the reason we have more females in elderly population. Now the rate of increase of this elderly population is also projected to increase. So it has been increasing and it is going to increase further, ultimately shrinking our working age population. Then this increase in population is because of improved well-being, availability of healthcare, etc. Now also another factor is decrease in fertility rates. Now what happens is, we were saying that when it comes to health of women, the pregnancy can become a turning point. Pregnancy is very crucial. It changes a lot of, it makes a lot of biological changes. And with the fertility rate going down, with the women getting to have less number of pregnancies, their health indicators are also improving over the years. But again, you'll find that with these better healthcare facilities, we have other problems as well. You have increased population, you have increased pollution, you have, say, food scarcity, the newer lifestyle diseases that are coming up, which ultimately should say work towards increasing the death rate. But ultimately the healthcare facilities have improved so much that overall death rate has gone low. Now you think about the percentage increase, because one, it is increasing over the years and it is going to increase further as well. So one is that the working age population will go on shrinking, and the other thing is that more and more number of people will now be dependent on this working age population. And again, you do not have to think say strictly in moral terms when you say that these people are dependent, or the elderly are dependent on working age population, that the elderly are unproductive. So yes, the idea of being productive or unproductive is primarily utilitarian, which we should not vouch to. But the thing is that this is a fact, this is a reality, because ultimately it is the working age population which contributes to economic growth. It is the working age population who takes care of both the dependents. One dependent section being your children, another dependent section being your elderly. Now, the issues related to female or elderly female have been discussed, that their number is increasing over the years, and now so much so that it is 1065 per 1000 males. Now, according to your NFHS data, yes, again, I'm repeating that NFHS data cannot always be true, cannot give a clear picture. But the idea is, yes, the number of females in elderly population is increasing. Now, this is the sex-wise distribution. that how the population is changing, how the population of male and female is changing, and you also have these projected numbers, figures for the future ones, 21 and 2031. And also you have to wait for the census data to come out, or the census to actually start and then the data to come out, to have a clear picture of what the numbers are. Now look at this. One idea is that we have a disparity, or we have a difference in the old age population that is living in our rural areas and that is living in our urban areas. So we find that more and more number of our elderly are living in rural areas, and it is pretty much equivalent to the population distribution between rural and urban areas. So more and more number of elderly are living in rural areas. So a sigh of relief is that in rural areas we still have traditional setup, we still have joint families, so these elderly, most of them at least, can be taken care of. But another problem is, in your rural areas you do not have sufficient healthcare, you do not have availability of proper healthcare infrastructure, which can be a problem for them. When it comes to urban areas, yes, you do have availability of healthcare infrastructure, but most of the families are nuclear in urban areas. We still find with data, we still find that it is generally the son on whom the elderly are dependent. With data, it is generally the son on whom the family or whom the elderly are dependent. But again, you find that with upcoming nuclear families, with newer problems coming up in urban areas, it is going to become a challenge. And now you look at this graph. This graph basically depicts, as the shade gets darker, it depicts that the number of, or the proportion of elderly is increasing. The proportion of elderly in the population is increasing. So think of Kerala. Kerala has the highest proportion of older people at 16.5%. Then even Tamil Nadu has higher proportion of elderly in their population. The population of states like Bihar, Uttar Pradesh is still pretty much young. Now think of it. When we talk about demographic dividend, to reap benefits of this young population, we need to skill them, we need to provide them education, they need to have basic facilities available to them. Their basic necessities should be taken care of. But the states at which we look, but when we look at these states who have the majority of young population, they do not provide all those kind of facilities. And that is where we say that yes, demographic dividend is something desirable, demographic dividend is something India should target, but ultimately the odds are not in our favor, because the states where the majority of the population is literate, majority of population is skilled, they can take up some kind of productive work, they do not have that much young population. So ultimately this can become a problem in the future. And how can this become a problem in the future? In the form of increasing dependency on others. Now think of these two sections of the population. One is the children and the other one is your elderly. Now these two sections are dependent for all their economic, all their social needs on this part of our population. And it is not just limited to say 15 years, it is not just limited to 14 years. Even today, if you see, most of you who are students might be aged somewhere between 20 to 25, and a lot of you might not be working. And I'm not saying that you are a burden on your family. Yes, you are ultimately doing it for your family. That is the primary unit. Yes, you can be, say, moved towards the idea of nation, that I want to give it back to the nation. But ultimately, your family will benefit out of it. That is the first level. But if you see that more and more number of people will be dependent on this population. So your dependency ratio, when you look at dependency ratio, it is not just your elderly who are dependent, but your children as well. And dependency ratio basically reflects the number of people reflects the number of people, the proportion of population which is dependent on the working age population. Proportion of population which is dependent on the working age population. And there can be various issues that arise out of it that we will take up one by one. But let's look at a few of your questions that you have. Do you have to by heart these graphs? Not at all. You do not even have to remember. You just have to see that right now the working age population is roughly 60 to 70% of the Indian population, of the overall population, and we have that demographic dividend. We have, more and more people in the working age bracket. So in Kerala, if you look at it, there can be multiple factors. One is migration of the working age population to your Middle Eastern countries and other areas. Another thing is the betterment in your healthcare infrastructure, right? Yes, your better levels of education and awareness also contribute to good health. So yes, we are coming to the problems that are associated with this high dependency ratio. So yes, now more and more number of people in the future will be dependent on this working age population, which is going to become a problem. How? Just think about these. So one idea is, Sahil is saying that the government would have to shell out more on pensions. One is that the government has to invest more and more on pensions, on healthcare. Similarly, the family would also have to invest more in the security for these dependent population, for particularly your elderly. So the increase in financial obligations of the family. Similarly, there'll be less number of people who can contribute to economic growth of the country, and there'll be more number of dependent people. And ultimately, it can also become a vicious cycle. So you have, say, less number of people who are in working age population. Less working age population means slowing down of economic growth. With slowing down of economic growth, the government would not be able to educate or skill people. If they do not have sufficient money to educate and skill people, ultimately, even those people who are there in this working age would not be able to contribute productively to the society. So it can also become a vicious cycle for a country. And this is something you see in a few underdeveloped nations. In a few underdeveloped nations, you'll find this problem. So yes, you can keep thinking about solutions here. So right now, we are saying that the pension for government can become a problem. But again, you have to see that why should government take care of everything? Why can't we have, say, family members, society at large, take care of our elderly? Because generally the problems related to elderly are that they are found alone. They have a sense of loneliness. And whenever I ask this question, whenever I say that, why don't we engage with our elderly? Why don't we talk to them? Why don't we discuss things with them? And the general answer is there is a generation gap. But how often do we try to communicate our ideas? How often do we try to bridge that gap? Because ultimately we have other people to talk to. But what about our elderly? So yes, the solution ultimately has to come from within the society, but we do have to look into various measures that government can take. So decrease in working age population, which will ultimately lead to higher dependency ratio, which will ultimately lead to less number of people contributing to the economic growth of the country. The government would have to spend more on pensions, and similarly, the family will have increased obligation. And these are the kind of problems that you generally see, you generally observe around yourself. Think about elderly. How is it do you find them? You generally find them engaging amongst themselves. Now in urban areas, you find them sitting alone in the balcony of their home, if they have any. You see them, say, craving for the children to speak to them, craving to meet their children. And this is generally the idea. This is generally what the situation of elderly is in our society. Even though we are a traditional society, even though we still believe in our age-old practices like dowry, which have been banned, which have been deemed illegal, but we still find that when it comes to values, the values have deteriorated more than our various practices. So we had various social evils which we have cunningly preserved, and the value system, the traditional Indian value system, has has been going down. People do not believe in those values anymore. Okay, so coming back to our point, let's think of one idea was increase in dependency ratio, which will affect your economic growth, which will impact the budget of the government, which will impact the family budget, etc. Now think of other problem. Think of the problems related to elderly. With age, they'll start having various ailments, physical and mental. With age, they start being forgetful. It will take a toll on their mental health. You think of problems like dementia. Now also, with increased solitude in modern society, you find them more vulnerable to depression, for that matter. Heart disease is something that is widely prevalent in the elderly. Then again, they do not have any means for economic or social security. If you remember, when talking about elderly women, we were saying that think of the women who are now elder, who are now considered to be old, who are 60 years of age now. Back in 1960s, when they might have been born, during your 70s, 80s, or 80s, particularly 80s, should have been their ideal working age. But think of women back in the 80s. Were most of our women working? Absolutely not. Most of them were engaged in household activities. So ultimately, they do not have any kind of pension or any kind of savings throughout from their lifetime that they can use for their economic security. Similarly, you'll find that the pensioned class is too less. The number of people who are pensioned, the number of people who are on a government pension are very less. Yes, old age pension is something. People get old age pension after a certain age. Various states have different old age pensions. But again, it is not sufficient. It is problematic. Dementia is basically becoming forgetful with age. Becoming forgetful with age. That you would not remember things. They would not remember where they kept their glasses. Right? That is what dementia is, to understand simply. So they would not have adequate means for their economic security. Just think of the old age pension. It is generally, if you take the national average, it will be somewhere around 2,000, 2,500. And what do you get in 2,500 rupees a month today? So yes, ultimately we cannot depend on the government to take care of everything. We have to do something on our own. So think about suggestions. So one suggestion can be that the family takes care of them. That is one simple, very simple suggestion. And if you remember, there have been laws, and I have left a link for you. Here I have left a link for you that you need to go through, which talks about various provisions for the elderly. Okay. And you'll find that yes, families should be taking care of their elderly. You'll find provisions like, if they are not taking care of the elderly, they can retract the property. So once the property has been transferred in someone else's name, or in the son's name or the daughter's name, and if they're not taking care of the elderly, they can get it reverted. Right? So there can be various measures. Just think of something innovative. Yes, old age homes, etc., providing better healthcare facility, etc., can be done. There can be community parks. Right? There can be more awareness about problems related to elderly. Think of something innovative. If any one of you here has gone through our national education policy, would be in a position to answer this. Anyone who has gone through the national education policy. And see, we are talking particularly about the economic dimension. How about we provide them a second life career? How about we provide them a second life career? Now, one idea is, if you are too old, then again, it is morally not right to expect elderly to work. But yes, the ones who who have reached the retirement age, legal retirement age, but they are active, they can do something, can be engaged in a second life career. And herein you'll find that your national education policy talks about uh, recruiting the elderly, or recruiting the people who have retired as mentors to your teachers, as mentors to your school administration. Right, yes, then there can be other community service programs. There can be volunteers who can take care of elderly. Then if you think of their health, you can think of your mobile health facilities, because if majority of the elderly, as we have seen with data, are living in rural areas, if the majority of elderly are living in rural areas, and we know that rural areas, we do not have sufficient healthcare opportunities. We do not have access to quality healthcare. So why not think of mobile healthcare facilities, right? Then you can think of the solitude, the loneliness that the elderly have to go through, because generally, because of the middle pop, if you think of a family, there are elderly, there are people in working age, and then there are children. The people in working age are generally not available, both physically and emotionally as well, because they are engaged more in work. Their understanding is limited. Their understanding is limited to, say, taking care of the financial security of the family. Now it leaves the elderly and the children. And just think of the modern children that we have, right? Think of the children today. How often would they sit and talk to them? How often would they try to help the elderly in the family? And the answer is very few. uh, Children, very few children are actually, say, attached to their grandparents now. In traditional society, because your elderly were the ones who took care of your socialization, your elderly were the ones who took care of your entertainment needs. They'll talk about stories, poems, etc. And you had that attachment, right? It can be just because they were being entertainers, or otherwise as well. If you live with someone long enough, you will get attached. But now you see that the sense of attachment is very less. So the elderly find themselves pushed to the margins. The elderly find themselves alone. There's absolutely no one to take care of their emotional needs. Yes, their social needs, economic needs can be taken care of by family, but what about the emotional needs? With this, what you have to do is, I have given this link. You can use this link. I have mentioned a few plans here, that what is government doing, what kind of government interventions do we see when it comes to the elderly. You can go through this link. This is from PIB, where you will find a lot of measures for the elderly. So various programs to take care of the elderly from the policy, and the newer programs that are coming up. So we'll talk about mobile Medicare units. We'll talk about various diseases related to elderly and giving special attention to them, etc. But please try not to, and I get this question a lot, that do we have to remember all the policies and programs? Please provide us a consolidated document of all the policy and programs. But to be very honest, it is not going to help, because that ways you will be merely going through it and trying to remember those things. But if you understand what are the problems, and if you're reading your current affairs daily, if you're reading your newspaper daily, you'll be able to relate various things. So for example, if you have read national education policy, and I think there were only one or two who were able to answer that question, that you can directly relate your national education policy, provisions in the national education policy here, which will count. And merely remembering all these various programs and schemes would not be helpful. Okay, so moving on to high infant mortality rate in our country. Now, one idea is that infant mortality rate is basically the number of children children who die, and the number has been going down over the years, but again it is not sufficient. Again we see the infant mortality rate, it is still high. Now this infant mortality rate is dependent on various factors. One of the most important factor is nutrition. Yes, it is dependent on healthcare. Yes, it is dependent on awareness levels of the family, of the parents, because they would not know what to feed, they would not know how to take care if they are not aware. But one of the most important factors is nutrition. And you'll find that yes, we are going to read that with poverty and hunger. We are going to go through this. Right now, you need not go through the technical terms, what is stunting, what is wasting. But if you simply look at this graph, you'll find that we have not been faring well. And there are again a few states who have been increasingly doing poor in each of these indicators. Looking at this graph, you'll find that you have various states mentioned. You'll find that if you talk about infant mortality rate, the general trend is that of infant mortality rate going low. But look at a few states. In a few states, the infant mortality rate is on a rise. Similarly, various other indicators of nutritional levels, various other indicators of malnutrition. Think of stunting. If you see that, yes, generally the levels of stunting are going down. But if you look at a few states, it is increasing as well. If you look at Bihar, so it is decreasing, but look at the number. 43% of the children below 5 years of age are stunted. That means they are not being provided with enough nutrition. They are not getting clean drinking water. Similarly, if you look at Himachal Pradesh, there is an increase. Goa, Gujarat, proportion of children who are stunted is increasing. That means lesser and lesser availability of nutritional food to these children, less availability of quality healthcare to these children. So you have various exceptions where this rate of stunting is increasing. Similarly, if you think of wasting, again you'll find there are few states who are doing poor. Year on year, the percentage of children who are stunted and wasted are increasing in these states, which is a worrying trend. Now, what you have to do is you have to think in terms of providing nutrition to these children. You have to think in terms of providing proper healthcare facilities to these children, because these two problems are at the heart of it. Because it is generally because of malnutrition, you'll find that the infant mortality rate increases. It is generally because of unavailability of healthcare infrastructure that you find infant mortality rate increases. Now the solution for this is something that we are going to take up with your chapter on hunger and poverty. Poverty and hunger is a chapter where we will take up the idea of nutrition, and healthcare will be taken up in the chapter on health. The only thing is that you have to remember that yes, this is also a problem related to population. Even though this has to be specifically dealt, this should ideally be specifically dealt with children, issues related to children. But again, looking at the data, looking at the population metric, we have to see that this is becoming an increasing problem. The way we dealt with issues related to women, with role of women, we do not have a specific chapter for children. So it will be slightly distorted. So we are going to take up children and education separately, children and health separately, children and hunger and malnutrition separately. So ultimately, yes, it won't be a problem for you to consolidate. Everything will fall in place. So this is another problem or another emerging issue related to population in India. Suggestions, yes, will be taken care of. And these are just a few observations from the same data that you have. Now let's come to sex ratio. Sex ratio has been discussed, but let me quickly run you through this. So if you look at sex ratio, you already know sex ratio at birth 929, Yes, there is increase, but it is decreasing. In a few states, the sex ratio has increased according to NFHS 5, and it has taken the number to 1020. But again, the idea can be this increase in sex ratio. One idea is that NFHS data cannot show a complete picture, cannot show a true picture. This is NFHS 5. And another idea is that what about the sex ratio in elderly? Because if we look at sex ratio at birth, we find that we still have a problem. The sex ratio at birth is low. That means families and society still prefer son over a daughter. That we still have problems related to dowry. We still have problem related to lower status of women. And this high sex ratio, high normal sex ratio, can basically be a direct influence of high sex ratio in your elderly. So again, this number can be questioned. This number can be questioned on the basis of survey data, and also that it can be because of the high sex ratio in elderly that we find this normal sex ratio to be 1020. But here what we are going to discuss is, we will relate it to population. So what can be the problem related to sex ratio? So one is moral problem, that we are preferring son over a daughter. We are not treating men and women equally, right? So one is ethical problem. Another thing is, there can be a practical problem as well. Can someone suggest what can be a practical problem with decreasing sex ratio? Decreasing sex ratio means less number of girls per 1,000 boys. Yes, so you would not get match for marriage. Great. And if you see that, if you remember the case of Haryana, you'll find that a lot of women were trafficked all the way from eastern parts of the country to Haryana to get them married. Similarly, these people who are not able to marry, who are not able to get married, they might engage in different forms of crime. Because think of your sexual urges, which is biological. It might lead to, say, proliferation of sexual violence, for that matter. Similarly, yes, there'll be a social imbalance in terms of less number of women per men. It can ultimately lead to a prevalence of polyandry. Amazing. You related it with the first chapter. Birth rate will ultimately go down. Great observation, that ultimately if you do not have sufficient number of female who ultimately give birth to children, the birth rate will go down in the future. Increase in trafficking and prostitution. Ultimately, you can see various factors which you have highlighted, that apart from being a moral problem, it can become a practical problem as well. And you'll find, and it is not, see, again, the way we were saying that poverty and crime do not have a direct relationship. Similarly, this say low sex ratio does not have a direct relationship with sexual violence. But what we find with data is, the states where you had or where you still have lower sex ratio are the states where most of the violence against women is committed, where you'll find women having an unequal status compared to men. So this is that graph. I couldn't find it back then. Later I found it in the newspaper. That I wanted to show you this previously, that yes, the sex ratio has been increasing over the years in most of the states, but then there are these few examples where the sex ratio is decreasing. Now the question is, what can be the reasons? Because there are states like Bihar and Kerala on the same list. The states like Bihar and Kerala on the same list, because Kerala generally is considered to be the state which is most forward, where you have near 100 literacy, and yes, in terms of gender parity, etc., they are faring well. then how can we find Bihar and Kerala at the same in the same list, right? So the one thing is that we do not have a definite answer for this. What we can do is we can look at the general factors which affect sex ratio, right? And out of that, we'll try to fit in which factors suit for Kerala, because that is what the reason is. Yes, so migration, that has already been given. So migration being one factor, great, because most of the working age male population is moving out. But another thing that you have to see is this is sex ratio at birth. Let's answer now. Let's try to answer now. This is sex ratio at birth. Because general normal sex ratio is high because a lot of people migrate. But this is sex ratio at birth. Okay, we'll come to this, and yes, you are maybe thinking in the right direction, but it's okay. Let's come to this. Let's look at the general factors responsible for a decrease in sex ratio. Now, pick up a few from your the status of women, and then pick up a few from the factors that affect fertility rate. So you'll find cultural beliefs, patriarchal mindset, all things mentioned here. The graph basically says these are a few states where the sex ratio at birth has increased over the years, and then there are a few states where the sex ratio at birth is going down. That is all the graph is about. This has been discussed previously. This has been discussed with women as well. It is just that I found this graph recently, so I mentioned it here. I kept it here. Okay. So there can be various cultural beliefs related to, say, this poor sex ratio, preference to a son. Now, why preference to a son? You remember the factors. Similarly, think of various, say, the role of patriarchal setup of the society. So if patriarchy is prevailing in the society, if ultimately men have more authority compared to women, it can also reflect in your decreasing sex ratio. It can also lead to decreasing sex ratio. Is it necessary? We cannot say anything about it. We do not have concrete evidences for everything. We are just looking at general rules, general principles. Then you think of the preference to a son. So one idea is you think of preference to a son, various factors like intergenerational contract. Then you think of patriarchal society, patriarchal setup of our society and family. Then you think of various religious aspects, that it is the male child who has to perform these last rites. Not just those, even if you think of various religious activities. So we were saying that within the household sphere, it is the girls or it is the women who take care of your religious practices, various rituals. But outside the domain of family, outside the domain of home, you find that it is generally the male members of the society who are involved or who are engaged in every activity related to religion. So starting from your priest, then think of various rituals, which think of your yag and bhavans, right? Not just that, you think of entry of women in mosque. So in every religion, you'll find that on the basis of religion, there is no gender parity. Then economic inequalities. Ultimately, women empowerment can be, or say, any barrier to women empowerment can become a factor of decreasing sex ratio. So if women are economically empowered, if women are provided enough economic opportunities, they'll have better say in the society, they'll have better say in the family. Ultimately, better status of women will translate into better sex ratio. Similarly, one is economic dimension, then you can think of political dimension. In political dimension, if you have more female legislators, if you have more female administrators, they would know better about the problems related to women. They would care better about women. They would think about laws, various, say, policies which can ultimately lead to women empowerment. So when you think about this, and I don't think we have to go through it, like we have to say repeat it again, you find that the major factors are your preference to a son, which has various factors in itself. Another thing is what can affect sex ratio is your women empowerment. Now, women empowerment, social, political, economic, etc. And you can simply think in these terms, and that would ultimately you'll have your answer. And the answer is mentioned here. You need not worry about it. How do you write it? What can be the language? Everything is mentioned here for that matter. These were various issues related to the skewed sex ratio, decreasing sex ratio. But again, you remember, if you use the term decreasing sex ratio in India, then you mention explicitly that it is only a few states where the sex ratio at birth or child sex ratio is decreasing. Otherwise, the general trend is that the normal sex ratio, the elderly sex ratio, the child sex ratio, everything is on an increasing trend. So if you use the term decreasing, please be careful with it. Yes, so high maternal mortality rate for that matter can be a reason for low sex ratio. And also, see, when you were talking about inequality in women or violence against women, we were thinking primarily in terms of violence committed by men against women. But the idea is it is not just men who commit violence against women. It is your state who commits violence against women. It is your other family members who commit violence against women. It is women who commit violence against women. So when you think about these, you think of all the aspects. Do not just limit it to violence committed by men against women, right? So there are other factors as well. What can be the various suggestions? First idea is, please start, when you write this answer, please start with the social dimension. Please start with the social dimension, that how you can empower women, provide them better status in the society, ultimately improve sex ratio. How you can make people aware, right? So these can be the various social factors that you can look into. Only post that you move towards what government can do, and before that you have to also cover civil society. You can think in terms of role of media, how media can impact your sex ratio. Can anyone think of it, that how media can impact sex ratio? Because you can get a possible question related to this dimension. How can media impact women empowerment? And today, if you find, and maybe you'll find it in the newspaper tomorrow, your Supreme Court has released a handbook on gender stereotyping. I would not want everyone to go through it completely, but at least go through the article that will either be published today or tomorrow on gender stereotyping. It'll give you a lot of examples. It will give you a lot of example related to gender stereotype. And this question of role of media on women empowerment can be addressed very well. So please do go through the article. Yes, Indian Express. Yes, it is there in Indian Express. So it can give you better examples about gender stereotypes that we had discussed. So maybe you can now easily go through these suggestions as well. So these are very limited, just to give you a glimpse. Otherwise, you understand how we have to go about it. That we have to think in terms of role of society, which covers individuals, families, and society at large. Then you think of role of media. And finally, you think of government intervention. And this has already been discussed to a great extent in your chapter on role of women. So with this, what we'll do is we are going to take up these previous year questions tomorrow. We will conclude our discussion here today because I think you have a webinar as well. So we will conclude our discussion for today here, and tomorrow we'll start with this. Please do go through the links that I've provided. Do go through the article that is there in your Indian Express so that you have a better understanding of gender stereotypes, etc. And you can directly relate it, because right now you have read this chapter. Mention, take crisp notes out of it and mention with your notes. Okay, so thank you everyone and have a good night.